Fuck you.
Crusaders spew their hate. Lies unfold before our ears. Podcast rage to calm our fears. Reclaim gaming and DragonCast. Fire breathing wine, screaming loud. The bistro's here to shake the crowd. Psychotic dragon ready to ignite. Hold on tight, we're taking flight. Worlds clash in endless collision. Gaming news with a fierce precision. With a spark so wild it breaks the norm. In the tempest eye, a your analyst face the score. Truth burns with a psychotic roar. Corrupt suits sneer what they despise. DragonCast will open your eyes. Integrity found in DragonCast. Fire breathing metal, screaming loud. The bistro's here to shake the crowd. Psychotic dragon ready to ignite. Hold on tight, we're taking flight. DragonCast. DragonCast. Of justice cut through the dark. Levistro's roar ignites the spark. A dragon's heart fiercely defends the gaming world. Our passion ascends. This is DragonCast. DragonCast.
And we're live, everybody, and welcome to DragonCast. I do apologize. It seems like my camera's not working, so my model is just sitting there dead inside. But yeah, so we're going to cover a lot of news, and Mikey wants to defend the honor of Ashes of Creation, and we're going to let him do that because that's just what we do. This is why I'm dead inside, because we got 5 Nights of Epstein's to cover that came out recently, and we got a friend that wants to defend a scammer, but you know, that's okay. That being said, let's say hello to everyone in chat before I introduce everyone in chat. Oop. Yeah, I'm still trying to work on this thing. We got Big Gamer Rocheste. Hello. Also in the chat, also in the panel. We got Karish Gaming as well. We got Mikey. Yeah, that's all that we have. Wow, where's my audience? Where's my audience? Oh, and we finally have someone, Yay. One of my mods who decided to show up. Yes, I didn't forget you. No, you weren't. You weren't the first to show up. No, you weren't.
She was the first. She was the first to chat in the chat.
Yes. Technically, I'm always the first to show up because I'm the one
going got your to backs. I got your backs on you.
Yeah.
Now you just need 4 more guys because she said she loves 5 guys.
And we got Valkyrie Racing. Hey, all full time Scout. Yay, like D&D, which is awesome. But yes, wow. I hate
typey. I hate mine, so that's fine.
I keep wanting to say Carrots. It's not Carrots. Who's the guy that's? I know Dash. Thank you, Brain, for deciding to want to screw up. Dash attack is going to be a little later, so there is that. But that being said, let's say hello to everyone in the chat. So, not chat. Everyone here. So, Bo, how's it going?
All right. Feeling, hanging out. 100% at Starfield this morning. Took me 3 years.
Oh, wow. I will say that sounds like an achievement. Well done.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Was it worth it? Let me ask that.
Well, there was one day I looked at it and I wouldn't even try it. I'm not an achievement chaser. And so I wasn't even trying to do them. And one day I looked at it, I only had 3 left. So I was like, well, I might as well. The only other game I've ever 100%ed was the First Descendant. And I wasn't trying to 100% that either. That one was completely by accident.
You just constantly stumble to success.
Yeah, and if anyone wants to call Bo a liar, here's proof on screen. He sent this to us. I'm very proud of him. Yes, he's got all the achievements now.
They're probably going to add more with this update.
Oh, probably.
Yeah.
And Karis, how's it going, buddy?
It is going well. I am exhausted from work. I've been in Houston 2, going on 3 weeks now. Forgot to bring my camera. But that's all right. No one needs to see my ugly face anyways. I'm glad to be here. I put my first video out for a new series this week, and I'm quite happy about that. Got some nice feedback, so I'm going to be making improvements. Already working on the next one.
That's good. And Mikey, how's it been going, dude? You haven't been on our show for a while, but you always have some good takes when you want to come on. And yeah, how's it been going, dude?
It's going. Just been working, raging at Crimson Desert. Pretty much it.
Careful, we can't say anything bad about Crimson Desert.
Oh, I can. Fuck this game.
I'm just waiting for something like he's just gonna say, "Oh, yes, I absolutely can."
But yes, we got a lot of news to cover today, ladies and gentlemen. I've been trying not to make Dragon Bytes so long because I like to show y'all all kinds of great games and acknowledge all the news that are coming out of the gaming world, but a lot of them I feel is not important. For example, well, one of the things I've found out that was popping up on my feed a lot was someone wants attention. Who is that? We'll talk about it in Dragon Bytes. That being said, I'm trying something new here where I give y'all what's coming up, so don't touch that Alt F4 or red X button. So let's get into it. So this I found this literally this came up on my feed literally minutes before I had to start getting ready for DragonCast.
He's not lying. Like we didn't expect to do it.
So we're going to talk about this. I went and just grabbed a couple of articles I could find out whether talking about it, but basically there's a browser game called Five Nights at Epstein's. It's reportedly being spread into U.S. classrooms. It's a horror game based on real life crimes and going viral among students, raising serious concerns about how dark internet trends are reaching kids. And that, like, according to what I could find, they're literally playing it in the schools. So we don't know much about it, but we're gonna read the news on it. We're going to need the news on it, so this might be probably a longer DragonCast than originally scheduled. So, if you want to know more about if Epstein killed himself, if the video game tells you about it, and why kids are playing this game, and why teachers are allowing kids to play this game, you want to stay here for that.
That, of all things to put into school curriculum,
has sent a warning to PayPal, Stripe, Visa, and MasterCard over debanking lawful businesses. Lawful adult businesses have been financially targeted for years under the guise of reputational risk. Now, I didn't want to use the link in this article. I did share it with the rest of the members of DragonCast, but the XBiz is basically a adult love entertainment news. They cover the industry, so I didn't want to use that per se. But this did pop up on my feed. I was like, yeah, we're going to talk about this. And I did find some links that are a little bit more credible. Let's just say that. I mean, we'll let you know in a little bit, but there is that. Also, we have Mikey wants to defend AOC. Yes.
How dare you?
Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, he wants to defend her. Now my internet wants to be fucking stupid. There we go. But so yeah, for those who don't know, SS Creation, a lot of people were saying this was a scam. I was leaning on more mismanagement, but and people were saying because he was the sheriff, the creator was not talking about it, the game was simply a scam. And I said, well, he probably could have sought legal advice. Apparently he did. So we're going to cover that. That actually happened the day Crimson Death launched, and Mikey wants to defend AOC's honor. So we're going to let the defend that creation and hear why he thinks it's not a scam as well. We're having to find out is I wanted to cover this a while back, but
Holy fuck, dude! Your
I
audio
don't know how
is
to
clicking.
angle this one. And
it's
Eric's
cut
probably
in
going to
and
on this
out,
one.
Yeah, you're cutting out
Like
pretty
audio
bad,
to be-
Avistro.
How about now?
Yeah, it's still sounding odd.
Okay, hold on. How about now?
That's
Hey,
a lot
there we
better.
go.
Yeah.
So apparently, when I switch things over, I'm gonna have to stop talking and let it switch over.
Mm.
But we're gonna be talking about a possible video game crash 2.0.
Yes.
So we're gonna let Karis lead on that. I will add my thoughts to it as well. But yeah, I wanted to talk about this too, and it seems like we got some people talking about it. So, if I remember correctly, Brenda Romero was worked on Doom. If I remember correctly, I can't remember. My brain is still
Yeah, the
frazzled right
original
now.
Doom, I believe.
Yes. And also, we got two more things we're going to cover. Like I said, this is a jam-packed episode. But we're going to be talking about Vindictus Defying Fate. And why you should add it to your wish list, because there's a devlog that just came out talking about what's next on the project. So we never read a devlog. I figured that'd be a cool thing to do. So we're going to do that.
I liked it when they had the open play testing. I did like it, though the localization acting was real bad. I like the gameplay though, and the fan service was good.
Oh, don't lie, dude. The only thing you were looking at were the jiggle physics.
Yep. But we're also going to talk about something that rarely ever happens. So as everyone knows, there's a feud since 2018 between Epic and Valve, right? Or let me rephrase it. There's a Tim Sweeney attempted feud between Valve and Epic Games that never plays out the way he wants it. And he gets mad because Valve rarely ever acknowledges him when he throws his tantrum. Well, we're also going to talk about the $1,000 employee layoff, and a former Valve employee rips him a new one, which was totally fucking based. I was going to make a video on it, but then I realized this would be better just to have a conversation about today instead. So no video, just this is going to be we're going to talk about that. But, you know, with all that going on, it's time for Dragon Bytes. And if you're in the UK, you probably already know this. And this is why Android is always better than Apple. So, got this on my feed, but for those who don't know, I had to acknowledge mobile gaming as part of gaming because there are mobile games that are actual games on mobile. But there's also people who play games on their Apple computers, which I did not realize that was still a thing. I thought that was just a early 2000s trend. But apparently, the UK iPhone users must now prove their age or lose full internet access. It is absolutely outrageous that overnight Apple has put a chokehold on Britain's freedom of speech to search the internet, access information, and use apps unless they provide sensitive ID documents. This means 35 million Brits who have paid hundreds or even thousands of pounds for Apple tech suddenly now have a child's device unless they comply with invasive demands for personal information that goes far beyond what the UK law requires. Apple has crossed the Rubicon with this software update, which means more like ransomware holding customers hostage to ID demands that are invasive, exclusionary, and unnecessary. Yeah, I thought Apple was all about the DIEs. But anyways, children's online safety is vital, but requires better parental controls and thoughtful tech responsibility, not sweeping draconian shock demands by foreign companies for all our IDs and credit cards. So yeah, that's what's going on. So if you're a UK user, maybe consider Android. Go sell your iPhone. Get in.
I don't know about that, man. Android's starting to go that way too.
Yeah, I know, but so far we haven't had any confirmed beyond rumors.
Nothing's official yet.
I don't. Yeah, I'll cover a rumor, but only if that rumor has enough grounded evidence to support it. If that makes sense. But so far I haven't, and then I'll just go to Hello Moto or whatever I can get to.
Yes. Yes.
Or Nokia. I'll go back to Nokia.
Go back to your flip phone.
Yeah. I'll pull that thing out and then start having flashbacks about Iraq because I had that phone since I still have it, ironically.
The
my
Motorola
Motorola
5500.
I'm almost old enough to use the Ladybug phone.
Ooh.
The rotary dial?
No, y'all never seen the Ladybug phones?
What the? I
They
need to
got
look
that-
this up.
They got huge buttons on them, and then there's cheap phone usage and all that.
Oh, jeez. You weren't kidding. It looks like a damn ladybug. Holy hell.
But I think it's for seasoned
Now,
citizens.
Yeah, you can call yourself
It's fucking
that.
huge.
But speaking of censorship, I wish Valve was this based. I won't lie. I think we all wish Valve was this based. I mean, Valve is based. Don't get me wrong. Okay, guys, don't get me wrong.
Until you download Kagura games.
I guess. But no, this is something they should have done in August. But y'all remember TV reviews, right?
Oh yeah, he went through kind of a lull point, like a month ago or something.
Well, I loaded on the wrong screen. He actually announces that Subscribestar has managed not to bend the knee in a way to find a loophole around Visa MasterCard. They were being forced to censor the platform, but it seems they added ways not to censor everyone with wallet payments, basically telling them to go fuck themselves. So, introducing wallet payments on Subscribestar, in addition to current payments, we're launching a new wallet system designed to improve how creators receive reports. All right, so they're showing some alternative things like Bitcoin, Amazon. I didn't even know Amazon has their own pay, GPay, all that stuff, right? Some of these still use Visa MasterCard, but now Visa MasterCard can't go after them. They just have to go after these guys. So there's that, right? So I wished Valve would do something like that. I'm not going to lie on that one. They should have come out there and said, yeah, go fuck you.
Valve has a wallet.
Why am I not
You can put
surprised?
money on.
Reviews. Why am I not surprised?
Valve does have a wallet you can put money on.
But it's on the backbone.
Yeah, but they had to
of
bend the knee.
another. They still have like payment processors like PayPal that handle the processing.
Yeah. But what Subscribestar did is like, okay, we got these alternates. What Valve did was they bent the knee. They haven't changed yet. They actually made up some guideline rules. Don't piss off our banks. I know I'm probably going to get some unlikes from that, but that's just the fact. I mean, we can love Valve for when it does good, but call out when it does something stupid. I mean, we got to be honest here. But the federal government has been doing some base things lately. Or, well, I would say the federal government, more like the ESRB.
Oh. Finally.
The U.S. age ratings body ESRB has said it will not follow Peggy's example in Europe and factoring in elements like paid random items when determining a game's age rating. It could be confusing. U.S. game age ratings won't change like they will in Europe, ESRB says. So they're not going to change a game's rating just because there's microtransactions in it. Now, you could be like, but Lavistro, what does that make the game base? Well, that's because it makes it on the parents to decide more if they want it on there. Because not everything's about gambling. Not everything's on. As far as the New York attorney wants you to believe, microtransactions include downloadable skins, Fortnite, and Helldivers, and Conan and Exiles, and all that stuff. It could include the gotchas, and not all gotchas are bad. I'm not trying to like say go play gotcha games. I'm saying not all gotchas have those predatory things. And then you had the impulse buy and stuff. So like there's nuances, but they've already had things where, like, if it was actual gambling, they would move it from, say, E for everyone 10 years up to N for mature because of the gambling part. So they already had that in line. In fact, they've had that since the first microtransactions. Good. So I think this is more based because, yeah, you just think about, let's say you're playing, you let your kid play Fortnite. Now they say N for mature, right? Because of microtransactions. That's the whole point. But probably not going to be a very strong excuse because, as we're going to find out, Fortnite isn't getting very popular. But we'll talk about that later. So here we're gonna let y'all know about Marvel Rivals has announced a Black Cat design. They have the Black Cat in the game now. And I do know there are some people, having a meltdown over boobs. You know what's funny? Someone tried to twist my words about my De Nuvo video, one of my first one, saying that I actually admit to wanting Gooner mods in my games, and they accused me of being a Redder mod. I'm like, wouldn't a Redder mod be afraid of boobs because they would have a meltdown over the fact there's boobs in a game? Like, pretty sure that's the thing. And I'm pretty sure that's not what I said. I said if I buy a game, it's my game, my copy of that game, and I could mod it how I want, which I want to see his browser history because there's more mods than just Gooner mods. There's also quality of life mods. There's bug fixes mods, all that stuff, which, if I want a better gamer experience, that's what I'm going to do.
No, yeah, I want boobs on my women.
Oh, I know you do. Which I know that's why you play Marvel Rivals now, because of Black Cat.
Like, of all the things to try and straw man, of all the things to try and straw man onto you, like, oh, you're this, like, that's the first thing they went to. Like, is that the first thing that they look for when they go on Nexus mods?
That's the first thing I look for.
Yeah. I mean, I look for whatever I want. That's my point. That's what my point is. If you want to look up porn games, porn mods, that's fine by me. I'm not judging you. That's your right to do.
It's pretty bad. I'll fix the game after I add the boobs.
Yeah, and get more viruses if you go on the LL site.
Oh, I do.
But
it's just Nexus.
Yeah, but so what was I getting at? But yeah, so speaking of LL site and those kind of mods, we got and Nexus mods as well. We kind of have some interesting news. This guy is Hobby R34. Okay, he is at he is a NSFW mod skinner for Marvel Rivals. We're not going to go look on his site, but he got kicked off of Nexus, not because of his NSFW mods, not because he made something indecent for Nexus mods. No, he got banned off of Nexus mods because he linked his Patreon to his Twitter, which is not part of Nexus. Yeah, you're reading that right.
Wait, the fuck? What does that even have to do with Nexus at all? That's stupid as fuck.
Yeah,
Brand cross contamination.
and that's literally what he
Britain.
says. Yep. And that's literally like when you go to the site, that's literally what it says. This mod contains Twitter and Discord links which turn up in links to Card and Patreon in violation of our TOS.
He crossed the stream.
Do not link. Yeah, do not link it to external sites, communities, or monetization of mods or modding related assistance as discussed. This includes both direct links, Patreon, and indirect links, Discord server promoting paid content. Which, when you read that, in his defense, when you read that, it's like, don't link it to our site. But they're saying, don't link it to our site. Don't link it to a site that you're linking to our site. So don't link a middleman. It's what they're trying to argue. But say what you want about Gunner mods, whatever you want. But it's his right to do so, and I think it's his right to link his Patreon because how else is he going to get his support, right? If he doesn't, everyone does it. Everyone has a link to their Discord or their whatever in different sites. But looks like DEG Mods is starting to talk about it, and DEG Mods is a go-getter. Say what you will. Like we interviewed him last year. He's been really trying hard to get modders to come to his site. The problem is he's only getting the band guys, which is fine, right? It's fine. But hopefully that helps him or them.
You're gonna need somebody like Arthmore to come there.
That's what I told him. He said, you need to get Arthmore there. He hasn't yet.
I got mine up there.
Yeah, you got yours.
I haven't done any updates on my mods in a long time. I haven't had to. So they're just there.
Yep, but now we're going to segue into computers. Intel has reportedly told PC makers that consumer CPU prices will rise soon. Prices increases starting around 10% across most of the lineup, and we already know what that's coming from. We already know. Let's not lie about it. We know this is
OnlyFans.
Totally about AI and AI data centers. That too.
Some damn
That
OnlyFans.
too. I won't lie. That's probably. You know what? I guarantee you there's a Rule 34 of an Intel Core processor girl. If it's on the internet, it exists.
AI
Think about it, to be
OnlyFans.
fair. Japan made an anime about warships who are anime girls. And tanks that are anime girls, apparently, too. And body cells that are anime girls. So I'm just putting that out there.
Yeah, I found it. Okay, this, whatever.
It exists.
Whatever.
I'm not surprised. Sonia, you should dress up as an Intel Core girl. Totally do that.
We used to call them grid girls. Back when grid girls were a thing at shows and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. But back when we called on things and relied on things, well, y'all remember PlayStation was saying they're gonna make their next console $1,000.
I think so.
Here in April.
Well, GameStop has your back on it. So they just said on April 2nd, Sony will raise the price of the PlayStation 5 Pro to almost $1,000. We're here to help. GameStop stores nationwide are now offering extra credit on all hardware. So whether you're trading in a base PS5 for a PS5 Pro, dusting off a new console, now's your chance to beat the charge and upgrade for less. Now, when I first read it, I actually read it wrong. So there is that. But I thought it said, or a PS5 Pro. Basically, like if you're trading the PS5 or trading in your PS5 Pro because of the exchange. So, but yeah, I'll just cover it anyways because I screwed that up. But anyways, yeah.
That is interesting considering that they just closed, I think what was it, Camelot's video talked about like 1,000 stores they just closed up. So yeah, of course they can afford to drop their margin a little bit and give a little bit back to the players.
Well, will this be the end? The best I can do is $5 for our stack of video games.
I think so.
I think part of the reason
So
is
that would be $10.
Yep.
Yeah. It'd be $10 for a stack of video games.
Best I can do is 1050.
You know, I'm gonna bring all my games over to GameStop, and I'm gonna be like, okay, here's my games. They see the best thing you can do is $5. It's like, are you fucking kidding right now? You do realize that physical copies are a rarity right now. There's hardly any physical copies. They're all going cases with keys in them. These had the exact disc in them, everything, and you want to give me $5 for this? I bet you I could go to Funko Land back in the day and get $100 for these. But no, you bought them, so I can't do that either.
Yep.
But yeah, so there is that from GameStop. And I know people say that I love to trash Ubisoft, and you're right. They deserve it.
You accused me of this. You're
Because
right.
Ubisoft is closing games development at Red Storm Entertainment. About 105 people will lose. Yeah. I used to be an Ubisoft fanboy, I won't lie. But when they started coming out with the Uplay, started losing my respect. And then when they said I was like indifferent, like I'll just cover them like I do with everyone else, right? But once they started saying gamers should get used to not owning their own games, it's like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
you woke up and chose violence.
Yeah, get used to
As
losing money.
Mikey would say, I'm very petty. And yes, I was very petty. But the studio that they shut down now was covering Rainbow Six and Ghost Recon. And if I remember the history correctly on this, Red Storm Entertainment was an independent company founded by Tom Clancy to cover his games. And then Ubisoft bought them and started marketing their games or developing their games.
Yeah, I'm looking at everything they have now. Like, they were almost exclusively Tom Clancy's type games. They had so many. This is sad, actually.
Yep. So they shut down an American studio. This is why I don't like the French. I'm sorry, my French viewers, like War Maniac, but this is why I don't like the French. Y'all couldn't fight the Nazis off. Y'all keep surrendering every time and asking us for help, and then when we go and do American things, y'all say that's too violent. So, and then you come by our studios and shut them down because you say get used to our own games, and well, no one loves you no more, so they don't buy your games. But yeah, it's sad that 105 people lost their jobs, but that's the end of. I guess for right now, I'm not going to say that's the end of Tom Clancy games, but I'm going to say that's the end of Tom Clancy games as we knew them, because now it's probably because they're doing like 5 studio houses. It's going to cover everything. So chances are Sam Fisher's gonna have a French accent.
Probably. Well, looking at the numbers here, Tencent owns 49% of Ubisoft, so there's where all your decision making is. It's a company in China that's controlling this and saying do this, do that.
You make Sam Fisher and Americanos. You make them incompetent. I have a horrible Chinese accent, I know. But speaking of the Orient, we got 2 interesting news about Capcom.
Oh.
Yes. The Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia's Electronic Gaming Development Company, or EGDC, has acquired a 5% stake in Capcom. Yes.
The line didn't work for Saudi Arabia, so now they're gonna go buy up all the big AAA companies. Damn.
No, I think it's more like this. Hey, wait. China's doing it. China's buying everything. So why can't we? We're rich. Everyone buys their oil from us.
You gotta watch that. They're Muslim, and boy, they could censor games like
oh yeah,
worse than anything.
Fact, a lot of games that come out to Saudi Arabia are censored that of the slut that we have to deal with here as well.
Yeah.
So there is that. However, Capcom isn't that base. I don't know if you've heard about this, okay? But this is gonna make you laugh even more or make you want to wash your. Oh, that's the right one. Or make you want to wash your computer hard drive out. And eyeballs of bleach. But Alexis' revival to Street Fighter 6 playable fighter rusher was overshadowed by his arcade mode ending, in which he marries his adopted younger sister, second cousin, and they're expecting a baby.
I didn't know this was a thing. I stopped playing Street Fighter after the second one. Wow.
Neither did I. I saw this a few days. I think it was a few days ago. Yeah, it was March 26th. So yeah, a few days ago. I nearly spit out my coffee. I was choking on my coffee.
Jeez.
I was like, "This is not real. This can't be real." It was real.
I can believe it because in the 90s, for those who actually watched Sailor Moon, there was like the twins, the Senshi twins. And no, I don't know. There was something weird with the way the translation worked, and the characters had this interaction, and like the American developers, they changed their relationship that made things really awkward. I think they made them twins in the States, but overseas I think they just looked alike, and they had like this lesbian-esque relationship, and it went really awkward with the US translation. So this happening, not surprising.
Yep. Now, I don't even know how to say about this one, but IGN was, I think it was good for IGN to cover this, right? Because now that just gives me more excuse not to play Street Fighter 6 anymore, right? But, and I know I've always pointed out that we need to be neutral and objective in covering things and not just go for narratives. And I pointed out how a certain game journalist company was saying that they were concerned Crimson Desert was doing everything and nothing at the same time, and everyone took that as they're hating on Crimson Desert. I mean, sure, they started after, they started giving it like a 4 score and all that other stuff, trying to spin the user that was giving Crimson Desert a 0 out of 10 because it doesn't have gay representation, and the AI witch hunt they tried to start, and all that failed, right? But, well, I do cover neutral nuances, but I also enjoy it when a journalist company says they're the gateholders and end up getting fucked up. They got community noted. So Pearl Abyss had this. This is the original tweet, right? Pearl Abyss has already made significant, meaningful changes to Crimson Desert following a rocky launch, but patches can't fix the game's biggest problem. All right, so the game did reiterated context. The game did not release with any game-breaking bugs, and users have not reported any game-breaking bugs. Most reviews have been favorable. Yes and no. There have been screenshots of actual performance issues. I've shown some of those where I could, and one of the biggest issues, actually, even Crimson Desert on the Crimson Desert's tweets actually acknowledges on game launch was if you had an Arc Intel graphics card, refund your game because it's going to keep crashing, because they were reporting crashes to desktop. So people had to get the refunds for that. There was actual performance issues that they acknowledged, including people not getting their pre-order items, which is a performance issue because you were promised that, right? That they did acknowledge, but they also had an update patch within that time span. So they made an update to fix all that, and they were constantly updating the game throughout the past 5 days. So there was game-breaking bugs, or rather, not like the CTD, but there was also not actual game-breaking bugs, but has been having some issues that they would fix on the spot compared to most AAAs. Like most AAAs, they won't fix it, like, oh no, or like it was like, oh no, it's not us, it's your hardware. Like, go get a brand new computer. But so there is nuance to this that I want to point out. But yeah, they went hard on the game-breaking bugs because, well, they didn't like Pearl Abyss being successful, I guess. And if you go look this up, I kid you not. If you go look this up, Crimson Desert is now officially the most best, or it's not the best-selling Korean video game out of Korea in history.
Wow.
It is the best game. I'm just going to tell you that if not for Denuvo, I know people don't like hearing this, but if not for Denuvo, they would have had $250 million in sales in 5 days. I did the math. There's a video out for that. But, congratulations for them on that. And IGN, you still suck, even though that I did acknowledge sometimes there's nuance. But y'all remember the RoboCop developer that filed for insolvency?
A little bit, yeah.
Well, we got some news out from Nacon, right? So regrettably, Nacon has decided to cancel the titles mentioned below. And they'll be their customer service will contact all customers who had placed pre-orders with us. So DragonCast PS5 canceled. And it's a good thing too, because when you're going for $1,000 for your console, no one's gonna buy that. So you're not gonna get any sales for the DragonCast. Greedfall is dying. PS5 is also canceled. Again, $1,000 at console. No bueno. Cthulhu, the Cosmic Abyss for PS5 canceled. Gear Club Unlimited also canceled. Edge of Memories also canceled for PS5. But also the Xbox SX, Cthulhu, Gears of Club Unlimited, and Edge of Memories are all canceled. So it's basically just all consoles that are canceled if you're going for gaming. So I think that's, to be fair, I think that's understandable because those people are ended up buying PCs and PC gaming right now. I know the console people don't like that, but that's
another thing that seems to stand out is these games all seem very original in their story. They don't seem to be part of like some kind of major franchise. They're not a Call of Duty. So investors can be like, I don't know if this is going to do well. Let's cancel it. That's the vibe that I get from these titles.
Well, what happened was, if you remember, Nacon is part of, I think it's called Big Ben. They're part of Big Ben, which Big Ben was needing gets money from their banks that Nacon was relying on to pay their employees. They didn't get that, so they filed for insolvency until they could get it worked out.
Oh.
But Nacon did have companies under them that did try to go woke, and then realized that it was not a good idea, and stop pushing it. So there is some part of that, but their unions are definitely, some of their unions are definitely leftist, and they're upset because they say Nacon doesn't listen to us. Which I'm like, well, that's based. I wouldn't listen to a union either.
Wow. So, so the union was trying to basically be the committee of influencing the game design.
Yes, I actually covered that in my video about a while back about Nacon's filing for insolvency. Can't remember everything on it because I covered it once and you moved on. I knew I was going to cover it again, but I was like, this is just something that I thought was going to, because like they needed something for right now to answer right, because they had to pay their employees, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Nacon, in my view, I think Nacon isn't like most AAA companies because they're a AA company, but they put their employees first. But their unions have been doing things like we want them. They wanted Nacon that one of their listed demands for Nacons on one of their strikes was acknowledging the illegal immigration was good or something like that, and something about Palestine. I'm like, how does that help you in your work-life environment? That's politics. That's not business. You can be like, I think illegal immigration is a good thing, and shame on Israel for attacking Palestine all you want. That's your personal life. I ain't gonna go after you on that one. It's when you start pushing it into the business where it's not needed, unless you can tell me that's actually good for business. No, but yeah, they're part of a bigger union in Europe, like the video and telemarketing thing. So like, go look up Levistro and Nacon, RoboCop. You'll see it. I have a RoboCop on the thumbnail. I talk about the Nacon thing, and it tells you all about like all the factors that's going on with Nacon. But I can see why they're canceling their console games.
Yeah.
So it's not going to make enough money. I'm sorry, console boys. Look, I understand. I have consoles myself, but they're just going to make more money on Steam than they will on these other places. So especially as the Pony Boys cannot defend PlayStation 5 Pro's $1,000 console price increase.
Yeah.
They cannot. I'm sorry, you're not going to be able to defend that with these. That's like, that was a good call. What they're trying to do is they're trying to figure out what's the best versions of our games that are going to sell. Where are they going to sell? Because we're out of money. Because Daddy did not pay us.
I'd be surprised.
Yeah.
The motherfuckers will defend anything over that plastic box, dude.
Yep, they definitely will. But could those motherfuckers defend a lawyer?
Nope.
Now, to be fair, we don't cover politics. I don't give a shit about your political leaning, whether you are pro or anti whoever. I don't fucking care, because I served under both. I've served under two administrations from both sides that made me more jaded about politics than ever before. However, I find it ironic that a woman who says these games causes gambling, and because of their gambling, they also make kids violent. Video games causes violence. That same attorney, the New York Attorney General Letitia James, who is suing Valve for microtransactions, gambling, and violence, right, is being referenced for criminal prosecution over alleged homeowners insurance fraud.
Ouch.
I'm just going to say, when you put yourself on a microscope, when you put yourself out like that under the spotlight, you're going to be under a microscope. And when you're under a microscope, the dirty laundry will come out. We got your red, blue, yellow, pink, or ivory marine. Just pointing that out there. But women, ladies, I don't know what's with y'all. For like, Carrots, I know you want this video to come out. It's almost done. I had to put on ice for a little bit. It's almost done. And trust me, I managed to turn an hour's worth of content to 17 minutes. I'm trying to shave off. If I can't shave out 2 more minutes, I'm just going to roll as is.
That's reasonable.
But women in video games have a history since 1976. And I want to know why y'all have an issue with video games when there's so much scientific evidence that says it doesn't cost shit. But I think she did it for the opportunity.
Yeah, I think so. This is for someone to try and make a name for themselves.
Yes. You know what's funny? Since I don't follow politics, I did not know she existed until the news about this came out, and I talked to my neighbors about it, and like, oh yeah, that bitch. I was like, that bitch. I didn't know she existed until now. She's not my state attorney general, so I don't give a shit what she says. They're like, oh yeah, she's been trying to attack guns and this and that, go after guns, this and that, and the other thing. And they like listed all the things that she's doing. And I'm like, oh, this is a career move.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we got.
She's also
got that.
being investigated for insurance fraud too.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Homeowners insurance fraud. It's right there.
Well, I was AFK. Get me another open dinner.
Okay. That's
you
fair.
abandoned us. That's fine.
Yep. But did you know that one of the Japanese prime ministers, well, she was Samus. Samus is a Japanese prime minister.
I did recently learn about this. This is impressive.
The Japanese politician Kazuhito Morishida once starred as Zero-Suit Samus in the 2004 Metroid Zero Mission promotional ad. She is now the preliminary vice minister of the environment.
Samus is
If y'all
working
remember,
to save the environment.
this is why. Yep. If y'all remember that ad from a while back, there's a better angle for those who can't recognize her.
If one angle wasn't good enough.
Here's an extra.
You know what? I agree with Fatana. Now I love politics.
I watch anime for.
But here's the original
politics.
commercial. I knew I was going to fight it down here. Yeah. I watch it for the plot. Or plots. But yeah, for those who don't know, that's the commercial she started in years ago. And I'm just going to say, that was like 20 years ago. And she looks good for 40, 50-year-old.
Yeah.
I don't know how old she is, but she looks good for her age. You know, congratulations. She went from being a model to a prime minister. You know what's also funny? I found this out, and I was just thinking about it just now. I was reading a while back that there's a lot of adult stars who Nintendo hired as models for their games or voice acted in their games.
Yeah.
I found that out. I was like, wow, the most family-friendly company that hired the not so family-friendly people.
Well, he probably did
But
it for
so
cheap.
congratulations to her. Yeah. But I actually would say congratulations to her. She's moving up in the world. And yeah, Karis, sorry, she's not going to give you any more attention.
Nope.
But before we get into, I got some more Pro Abyss news coming in for Crimson Desert that we're going to talk about. Before we do, I want to show y'all the market demands. I called it that. I forget what it was actually called, and I didn't rewrite it to fix it. So basically, there are enough examples to admit that gaming is a straight white male space, or straight male space. Clearly, games that don't appeal or have an option for bow gets less audience. In this generation, there have been zero evidence of the opposite. Devs trying to prove this is wrong have all failed. And then he just shows off, the popular games. So we have Stellar Blade, Horizon. I can't read it very well. We have Crimson Desert, Assassin's Creed Shadows. We have Marvel Rivals, Marathon. Now the thing is, I'm not gonna lie, I have not really looked into Marathon. I do remember watching Mugen Lord's video about it, and he actually played. He said he liked it, but to remember, Dash himself played High Guard. He was okay with it, right? He said it could be better. So sometimes I wonder: are we hating just to hate, or there's actually legit, things about that we need to worry about? Space Marine 2, Star Wars Outlaws, an Ubisoft game, if I remember. Dispatch, Life is Strange. The First Descendant, me and Bo played that since it came out. Concord.
I didn't know those were the numbers. I never knew that.
Oh, fuck. Nice. I never actually looked at him either.
Yeah,
those are.
Hey, Dash. Welcome.
Hey, how's it going? Hey, Mikey, how's it going?
What's up?
We're
Dash?
having a grand old time.
You just missed it. You just missed it. We had some news about the Prime Minister of Japan being Samus.
Oh, wait, that was I heard it was a politician. That was actually fucking her.
The Prime Minister of the Environment.
Of the environment. Yeah. It's not the actual Prime Minister, just
You
the
literally
environment
just
secretary.
missed that.
Oh yeah, I saw Pirate talking about that. That is really cool.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, those Steam numbers, it is funny, and I love how people try and use Baldur's Gate as a flex, disregarding everything else Baldur's Gate has going for it. Also, you know, the whole thing with like Dispatch. I mean, Flambe is gay, and like, you know, nobody fucking cares.
Yeah, the thing is like they don't go, hey, our character's gay. Our character's gay. Do you want to play our game? Our character's gay. That's the thing. Flambe is gay, but it's not the main selling point.
Oh yeah, like apparently you can completely miss that dialogue that confirms it. It's missable.
Until you drop the soap and don't press X to pick it back up.
Well, I mean, you can also tell, I guess, with some of his mannerisms and stuff, but the fact that he's such a thorn in the main character's side throughout the entire game. Yeah, he was like my best hero for my run.
Well, I wouldn't. I'd be surprised if he wasn't your hero. I mean, representation. You know,
I don't care about that bullshit.
I know, but I gotta joke about it.
I identify more with straight people than anything.
Yeah, but anyways, continuing on. Glad you're here, Dash. We have Expedition 33 and DAV, the non-canon version of Dragon Age, 145k versus 89k, and we have Dying Light: The Beast at 121 versus The Last of Us at 30k. So 121 to 30k. So yeah, if you need something to show that there's no such thing as a modern audience, there you go. Now here's the thing. I'm still going to say that the way we translate modern audience versus the way corporations translate modern audiences are two different things. Yes, they're trying to go for all this slot because they're trying to get all those tourists, the people that are outside of the gaming industry, right? Outside of the gamers themselves. However, they're also trying to put in this excuse that you can't judge this as slop because of the representation.
They're also trying to shed old audiences.
Hold on. What I'm trying to say is they don't care. In the end of the day, all they care about is money. But if they can excuse slop, they don't have to push their employees who are dead inside with no passion. And believe me, this is a foreshadowing of something that's coming up later in the podcast. They can just excuse the slop because there's no passion to make the game. The unions are fighting for all this other bullshit that's coming up that's costing them money. So they're going to stand by with it. So that, like, wait a minute, if we can just sell you a slop game, then we can charge you $100 a pop per game. While at the same time, not putting any real effort. And it shows that, you go ahead and do that. The AA is going to become the new AAA. And then indies are going to become the new AA. Mm-hmm. It's just how business works, buddy.
Yeah, my theory on the modern audience is that, they're somehow embarrassed about the old audiences. They revere the modern audiences, yet they don't talk about the old fans that made the franchises what they are to this day. Well, and so I do feel like it's almost like a subtle diss at traditional fans.
I agree with you that because but it depends. There's nuance to that. If the company CEOs or people making decisions up at the bigwigs are believers in this type of ideology, you're going to see that. You want to see a perfect example? WotC, Wizards of the Coast. Now, Wizards of the Coast has been attacking the Gygax family for decades. And they've been attacking their audience, trying to go for that new wokeness, the new hotness, all that stuff, right? Well, the new CEO, Ayub, who came from Bungie, right? He said that this needs to stop. He said that WotC was going in the wrong direction. He apologized at a dinner meeting with Gygax's son, Peter Gygax, and brought him in to work on Greyhawk. So I'm gonna point out that you gotta remember he's from Microsoft, just like Cox and Cynthia Williams, right? And they all had inner circles together. But he has never publicly made any DEI statements. But he is known for pushing microtransactions. Just putting that out there.
Interesting.
So and D&D Beyond has been turning their. You used to buy the book and we get modules in, or you can just buy the modules you need from the book itself online. To you're paying by the module. But D&D 2024 books and modules haven't been selling very well. In most tables I've been hanging out, they had the option: do you want 2024 rules? No, we want 5e rules. Okay, we're going to play 5e. And most of the tables I've been playing with. But so I agree with you, Dash, on that. I'm not saying you're not wrong. I'm saying it depends on the CEO and the higher executives who's a believer in it or not. Because if you're a believer in it, you will, and you're the boss, you're going to fit it. I mean, look at Disney. Look at Disney.
Yeah, I think that is great that the new heads of Wizards of the Coast are trying to mend fences with the Gygax family. I did look up because I did see your thumbnail about it. Mm-hmm. I think that because they have been like viciously like underplaying them, erasing them, like they're not even in the credits of the Dungeons and Dragons movie.
Yeah,
oh, wow.
It is like it's crazy. Like, and like this one guy, this one dude, like for their 50th book, like they have an entire passage trying to say like just how awful like first edition was, like and how exclusionary it was.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, that's not D&D anymore, he said. It was like you're really like being like slanderous and disrespectful to like the people that built the game.
Mm-hmm. All right, now we gotta move on from that, if you don't mind. I'm not saying I'm not trying to dismiss you, Dash. You just came in and we're trying to rush.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm just came in, so I feel like I gotta contribute. So
you're gonna have plenty of time to contribute because we if you saw the news in the DragonCast DM, we're covering 5 Nights of Epstein as well. So it's gonna be a long night.
Wow, is that on Steam?
Yeah, we're gonna cover it. I don't know too much about it. I just learned about it 5 minutes before we were going live. I was like, yeah, we're covering this. But in other news, let's talk about Pearl Abyss. So all those people how people are saying this story sucks. Well, Pearl Abyss CEO Hugh Jin Young has made it clear that Crimson Desert will continue to receive new patches to improve the game. And he confirmed there are still plans for a paid DLC, and they are prioritizing free updates. He also apologized for more storytelling, and he stated that there are no plans to add multiplayer immediately to add on Crimson Desert.
Well, he shouldn't apologize or admit that the story is poor. I honestly, it's not a poor story; it's a slow story.
It's slow. I don't think it's bad.
Yeah, it's not bad. It is poor considering the stand. Look, when you look at the quality of everything else, the story is poor. It is a slow burn, and most gamers are not used to that. All right, to defend because there are people who aren't woke that's also saying this story is a slow burn. In fact, remember when we said IGN had his article that it's doing too much, but is it also doing everything and nothing at all? And people say, "Oh, they're attacking Crimson Desert."
I just got to
hold on. And then they said, then those same people that were saying IGN is attacking Crimson Desert just for saying everything and nothing at all, and they were concerned about it. Those same people played the game, realized it's not what they thought it was going to be. They realized it's a slow burn, and they said, okay, you know what? Maybe the game isn't for everyone. Basically saying the same thing IGN was saying, even though IGN did go out and give it a 4 and started trying all these other things that we were talking about before you came in.
Was it 6? They gave him a 6.
Well, that was a 4.
No,
it was a 6.
But 6 is still pretty poor.
Yeah. But yeah, so there is that. And remember, Bo did call. I thought it was funny because I got something else out here. Is it this one? Let me make sure. Yeah, here it is again.
I just think it's ridiculous that he would apologize for the story.
Well, he apologized for the AI shit too.
Well, if you're, yeah,
he did.
I mean,
he's apologizing all over the place. He's listening to the wrong fucking people.
Well, he is and he's not. Okay, you gotta understand Korean culture. All right. First off, in Korean, like for example, I'll just segue to give you an idea. In our culture, you hit someone with a car, he's just gonna want to figure out who's at fault, right? So the person that rear-ended you most likely is at fault, unless evidence showed that you slammed the brakes on deliberately, knowing that there was nothing to slam the brakes for, and you just wanted that guy to rear-end you, right? So there's nuances. In Korea, if you rear end a person, both insurance companies are trying to spin it so that both of y'all are at fault, because that way there's no shame between the two insurance companies or the two drivers. Believe it or not, that's actually their thing. So when people come out here and say, okay, the story is bad, and not everyone was saying the story was bad, sure, but it wasn't one side that was saying. It wasn't just the IGN bros. It wasn't just the YouTubers. It was a mix of both sides. All right, to be perfectly fair. If he sees that, and he's outside the culture war, because Korea doesn't give a shit about the culture war.
I mean, I'd say like I'd have to get further into the game, but like I'm chapter 4 in and nothing really happens. I'm still in Hernan.
Well, Mikey's in chapter 7.
Yeah.
And he said earlier, and I quote, Crimson Desert is shit. Fuck that game.
Really? You hate the game, Mike?
I hate some of the fucking bosses, dude.
You missed some of the pre-show rant that he went on.
Yeah. Sorry, I said I was going to be a little late for this one.
Yeah, we got you covered. But I do think that
Jesus fucking Christ.
Here's what I'm gonna say. If he does agree, because it did point out that there were some issues in development which kind of affected the story in some areas of the game as well. If he feels like it could have been better and it wasn't, and I would say apologize for that. It's just like,
well, it's amazing that if he's admitting that like the game could have been even better, then like the final product, that I think it's amazing that people are still playing the game though, like, and that it's selling as well as it is, even with him admitting that it's flawed.
Yeah, here's what I'm going to point out, because I like to mention this. A lot of people are talking about the $100 game. If your game does not do what Pearl Abyss's Crimson Desert is, don't sell me a $100 game. They sold me a $70 to $80 game, right? All of us, we all bought it, even though I have an anti-de novo stance. I
didn't buy it.
You were gifted it. I know. You have a sugar daddy. We all know. But
jealous bitch.
I am jealous. He stopped gifting me shit. All he does know is, hey, I'm the Beaster. I have brain damage. I'm the Beaster. Daddy, dog.
Thanks for your 2 tours in Olive Garden.
Oh, geez.
Damn.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, you need to record him just going off one of these days.
Every time I want to, I am not set up for it. And then when he says it, I'm like, God fucking damn it. That was another soundbite I could have used. Because I will make one of these days, I will record everything he does, everything he says, and I will make it safe for YouTube, and I'll just have a channel just for him that if he wants access to it and it gets all popular, just a channel that says, things DJ says. That's the YouTube channel. And it's just shorts of him saying whatever he says, and that's all it is. It's just him ranting it. But moving on, I want to make sure I get to this stuff. No, I think I just pressed the wrong one. So, plans on paid DLCs and all that stuff. And Bo says they will probably do the multiplayer and stuff. Apparently, they also said, well, they said they weren't going to do that. They also said that they're going to add DLC and multiplayer content, which is classic Pearl Abyss. We're singing the Pearl Abyss praises for how well they are transparency and all that stuff. Yeah, sure. I acknowledge it in my videos. They were very transparent during the opening launch day. But if you look at Pearl Abyss's record, they sued one of their players or sent it to court for exposing corruption and predatory monetization. There's actually people that were suspicious that their patches would force people to go to the store to buy stuff from the BDO store as well, to address issues from the patches themselves, and as well as predatory monetization. There's lots of that. So BDO doesn't have, and Provis does not have a clean record. So far, they're doing good with Crimson Desert, but this is why I am always stepping back, because I'm like, okay, I know your history. You're doing all these things nice. I'm waiting for you to wait for me to have my Johnson in my hands.
Personally, I think it'd be stupid if they didn't do DLC, like for a game like this with how well it's sold. That's just like, I mean, the world is big enough where you can just create additional quests.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think initially the DLC and all that they're talking about is going to be free. It's just going to be additions to the game as well as the fixes. But I'm thinking, I said 3 to 6 months. I'm thinking more like 6 months to a year.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe after the first year, they're going to add the multiplayer where you can team up to do bosses and all that stuff. And then they'll have the cash shop for new outfits and blah, blah, blah. Once they go multiplayer, man, they'll do that.
Yeah. Once they have the multiplayer, and the transactions will come. But speaking of which, I got some more news. They made another change on their assets side, and it wasn't AI, unless the cats are AI. So Crimson Desert has changed the name of companion cats. They used to be called fat cats. Now they're called Lofi cats. These cats are pets that do not fight but can use armor and collect items. Some players said the game is now unplayable because of that. I wouldn't say it's unplayable, but I wanted the fat cats back in there. I know it's also a political reference to capitalism and corporations. But come on, fat cat also means wealthy kitty.
Yeah.
A cat can't afford that armor.
I literally don't care. Like, it does not a big hill to die on for me.
Yeah, I'm just surprised people find it unplayable now because of that. I can't find out who's saying it's unplayable.
Well, I mean, like, if you've been paying attention to the Crimson Butterfly discourse on whether or not, like, like the whole panty situation with the
all that.
Wait, what? I missed something.
So there have been 2 remakes of Fatal Frame 2. In the original game, they're 12 years old, and you can see up their skirts. No, I don't think you can. No, could. But in the first remake, they aged up the characters. But in this latest one that came out, they're 12 again, and so like people are mad that you can't see up their skirts.
Yeah, well, there's a Crimson Desert skirt thing going on. Somebody brought up. This guy got so close to take his screenshot that is freaking blurry, and they use the safety shorts. I'm like, what? When you're right in the middle of fighting and shit, why are you going to get that close anyway? But yeah, safety shorts I think are stupid, but that's not going to be a hill to die on either.
Yeah,
I mean,
think. To be fair, safety shorts weren't invented in that time period, so there's that. But also, to be fair, in that time period, women wouldn't be fighting out there.
It's
it's a conglomeration of stuff. It's a fantasy world.
Yeah.
So there's trains in that world.
Yeah, I know, and mechs.
So mechs and everything.
Trains.
So,
yeah,
there's a train.
And
there's a
mechs.
train. When does?
I don't know when you get to it. I just saw it in the trailer.
Well, if Mikey hasn't mentioned it at chapter 7, that means it's way off. But yeah, so now apparently, yeah.
God damn it, I was
though,
muted this whole time. Yeah, no, this game's long as fuck.
Yeah,
you got a long while.
But apparently, I'm still wrapping my head around this. I haven't found out why they changed it. They changed it. Like, there's no controversy or anything. They just changed it. But why that makes it unplayable now?
Because people.
That's what I want to know. If it like it's because it could be the whole the fat shaming, right? Oh, the left side the fat shaming, or it could be on the right the fat shaming. Oh, you changed this to not offend fat people. That they're saying is unplayable. Because remember, there are people that won't play a game just because the only thing that's woke in the game is the main menu screen has type 1, type 2. I'm calling out both sides on that bullshit, okay? If you're going to say,
People are very
this
selective
game's
about that.
unplayable, yeah. If you're going to be, but I'm saying, if you're going to be very selective on this, that's your right to do so. But now I have questions if you're an actual gamer. I mean, like, I'll respect your wishes, but I'm not going to say this is on one side or the other. If we're going to say one side is doing something stupid because of some change in the game, we also acknowledge the other side. And we're not going to say it's just one side.
I'd ask these people if they played Super Smash Brothers Ultimate.
I don't think they have.
Yeah,
no
because
one plays Nintendo.
Nintendo literally took out a feather because people reread online about hatred against Native Americans.
And I don't give a shit about
Seriously?
that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Because Mr. Game & Watch, they gave him a new move which was based off some Cowboys versus Indians game.
Okay.
And they removed the feather because the feather's offensive. So they removed the feather. The move is still there, but now he looks like a bandit, not an Indian.
You know what? Just because I'm that fucking... Actually, I can't say it, because if I say it, it will be taken out of context. I will get my shit banned. But just know my fucked up brain has an idea that if I was in charge during that time period, I would have done something so fucked up. I will tell y'all I will tell y'all offline. But we also got news that Pearl Abyss is new and upcoming game. So Pearl Abyss is shifting focus to speed up development of Docket V. The company aims to complete it within 2 to 3 years after Kristen Desert's launch. They plan to share more development updates by the end of 2026. So so after they release Kristen Desert, they're already working on another game, which means that they're always, even though they came out with a game, they're staying innovative. They're making another game. They're making another game. That, just like in the past, this is also foreshadowing for later, people. So just remember that. I've been foreshadowing a lot of things with the way I'm saying things.
Wow, the Earthbound remake looks really good.
Yeah,
I know we got the joke.
I got the joke. I was looking. I was like, "There's a lot of kids in here. Like, there's another game that's come to mind."
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm just saying, he has powers and shit.
Yeah.
This could easily.
But
be
how do y'all feel
Earthbound.
about? How do y'all feel about RPG Maker?
It's
Oh, what are we talking about?
Oh,
For
I know what
RPG
the
Maker?
story is. Personally, I don't know how to code, so and you still need assets, but yeah, RPG Maker can be a good viable engine. Yeah, I saw this news today. You can now do 2.5D games, just like the modern Square Enix games.
Ooh.
Now, to be fair, yes, RPG Maker, since as going as far back as I think it's XV Ace, I think it was what the model was, even further than that, has made a lot of games that Mikey likes. Yes, I know that. I know Mikey's probably reading his Byte, listing every single game that he knows would probably get us banned off of YouTube. That would also have payment processors going onto Steam, and we'd all be hating Mikey for that, or thanking Mikey depending on your view in life. If you blah blah blah. But apparently they're going to make it so that you can make games the style of Octopath Traveler. So that also requires a bit of JavaScript, if I remember correctly, depending on which RPG Maker engine you're using. But yeah, RPG Maker is basically game dev in a box. It has everything you need to start with the basics, and it actually has ways to make sprites and other stuff. I've actually used RPG Maker to make personal games.
They sell RPG Maker games on Steam as well as the actual software.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I actually had the software.
Yeah, I think, was it like last week I was telling you about that Brony project that was using RPG Maker? I believe I talked about it on stream. That was an RPG Maker project, what we were working on.
I cannot confirm or deny this for the sake of my audience's trauma.
Fair enough.
Yeah. But yes, I do remember you were mentioning something about a game. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Yes, it does.
But yeah, so if you're wanting to make your own games, RPG Maker, it's not a free engine. It's expensive as fuck. All right, let's be honest. And they really nickel dime you on the assets. But if you go to their communities, they have people, artists like sprite artists that make things for free that you can download, and they have YouTube videos that help you make games look even more like this one would look more like SNES style, right? But they have YouTube videos on how to make it more like later editions of Game Boy. If you remember, it feels like everything Japanese RPGs should be. Like it feels like the old classics. I like playing them because I like that nostalgia. But well, there is that. So you'll get to make Octopath Traveler games. I just wanted to point something fresh out there because we're always covering doom and gloom, and I wanted to put stuff out there. But speaking of games that makes Bo suck at them, remember OMW Studios? They want to ask if they're doing it right with their modeling.
Should I give a snarky response or not?
Is that a game you can wish list?
Okay.
To snark or not to snark? That is the question.
Yeah, I think I put it out there before. It's the shores of Althea, right? So we'll go. Hold on. Let me click it because I forgot to add that in there. But for those of you who are like, yes, I want to let them know they're doing it right, and you want to let them know, they're doing it right. There you go. Go let them know if they're doing it right or not. I merely just give you the data and the info. Y'all choose what to do with that knowledge.
I added it to my wish list. I'll follow that one. Looks like it's first person though.
You know, I think Pirate Nation watches our streams.
It's possible.
What gave you that impression?
Well, because we cover games they don't cover, or anyone covers, right? We cover random bullshit. And one of the games we covered, they're covering now. This is why you should always watch DragonCast. Because they're talking about Dreadmore, even though we talked about it 2 weeks ago. Now they're talking about it. Just want to give Dreadmore a shout out again. Basically, it's you got fishing. It's Lovecraftian-esque style. Yeah, they're talking about it now. So, yeah. So I guess we have become unofficially become a source for Pirate Nation to look up upcoming games. Okay, probably not, but I just thought that was interesting to cover something we already covered. But now we're into upcoming games. Now, I'm not going to list the Steam Store stuff. I will do that for the shorts, like I always do. But that doesn't mean you can't type it in on a tab, because we got to move this along. Because even though we're doing good, we're still long. Up to 4 players in a physics-based space cleanup game cleaner company has been announced. So this is a game for the women out there, for the ladies, according to Twitch.
Oh, this game.
I think this would be a great game to play on Friday night.
This looks like
this game. That means that Karis already knows about this game.
Yeah, it has like you were saying, Power Wash Sim, but also Goblin Cleanup.
Yeah,
but it looks like there's an action element.
Oh, look, is that wacky thing? You know, those little. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like a Power Wash Sim with a survival horror element to it.
Oh, that already Yeah, that's
Is that the gist of what I'm getting?
That's what I'm getting. Yeah. Now watch this. I want y'all to see this. But you remember those like waving wacky banner things? You know what I'm talking about?
Wacky flavorful advertising.
Like stick. Yeah.
Mm.
Wacky inflatable.
You saw it?
Yeah.
Yes. The aliens version. But yeah, so that was interesting for the ladies up there. Also I have something for the ladies regarding well, if I remember correctly, Crazy Cat Lady game that want to play RPGs. So steampunk rats, fungal horrors, mutated creatures, and more. You battle hordes of cursed enemies in the Cresselia Dinfo. It's out now. It was a woman. It had gotten the award for women-led games, which no one gives a fuck about. But it's a dark fantasy game where you play as a kitty.
We're slowly covering all the
definitely up
demographics.
Sonia's aisle.
We covered a game a while back that allowed you to fight as a chicken. Now we moved on to a cat. We'll eventually cover all the primary animals.
No, this looks like your standard furry game.
And again, yeah. I thought it was a Crazy Cat Lady game because, cats. But I noticed, Dash, I remember you played this one game a while back. I can't remember if you like it. But for those who don't know, well, V Rising is allegedly getting a sequel.
V Rising is getting a... Yeah, I rage quit this game.
Vampire game, probably a sequel to V Rising.
Yeah, I rage quit because someone stole my shit. You beat it? And nobody stole your shit?
Yeah, no, I beat it. Yeah, I beat it.
Solo.
What are you talking about?
V Rising.
100%.
Oh yeah, I've
100
that fucking too.
100% the game.
What?
Yeah. The thing is,
did you guys not hear that like someone like abused the partner system to like loot my castle?
No.
Do tell.
Yeah, it was early on. Like, I joined, I got invited to be in a guy's like guild. And then when I logged back in, all my shit was gone.
Whoa.
Well, it's not. Well, you don't understand, Dash. It's not your shit. When you join a guild, it's our shit.
And I'm just saying, you guys didn't partner up with any strangers.
I don't trust anybody. Let me put it this way, Dash. I don't like playing with randos because of that reason.
You ever heard of the saying on Conan? Your loot am's mine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying, did they like rebalance the game so that like
they said they finished all their updates, so if they rebalanced the game. I haven't played it since 2024, 2025.
Because that was fucking it for me. I pretty much lost all my fucking progress. This huge ass castle I made.
Damn.
Yeah, that's the downside of early access. It's like if you beat the game, even if they keep making new updates to it, if they didn't like wow you to where you want to keep playing it, eventually you just don't want to come back to it. So like it's early access.
Can you blame me for quitting though? Can you blame
No, I don't.
me?
I don't blame you. That's why I said this. That affected me to the point. This is why I don't play PvP and I don't play with randos. I will sometimes play with randos, but not always. Like with Helldivers, yes, because most of the times they'll kick me out if I don't have the right loadout they like, which I don't give a shit. But most of the time, I don't have people doing up, down, down on my ass unless they did something stupid. So I play with friends. That's all I play with. I play with friends. Now, does this mean do I make friends from playing with randos? Yes, I do, but that's uber rare. Which is sad, but that's just how I am. But speaking of upcoming games with games that makes Bo suck, Ouroboros Savior's Dev is an upcoming game with full type enemies, does not have knockback attacks, and is available on Steam. So, Savior's S Dev. Let me see if I got my notes on it because I lost it. Yeah, it's coming this spring. There's a play test. If I remember correctly, there's a play test coming this spring, or it's out this spring. One or two. So it's coming out soon. Speeding up. This is I had this as I noticed as this is a solo dev who's creating a destructible planet version of No Man's Sky called Stardoon. He just added clouds, atmosphere, and details to the newest procedurally generated planet, and you can seamlessly fly and land on any planet, as he says, No Man's Sky style. It's not multiplayer yet, so if you want multiplayer, you got to go comment on his thing. Just look up @Stardoon Game. And you'll find it. For everyone else on YouTube Shorts, you'll get that info in these short when it comes out eventually.
That little rover looks totally like the make from Mass Effect.
Yes, it does. But here's another game. Alteria is a military survival sandbox game on a huge 64 square kilometer map. You can play as penguins as part of the factions. I think we covered Alteria. I can't remember. I just thought it was cool that you could play as penguins.
We're moving down the list, people. Chickens, cats, penguins.
Penguins. See, we can be diverse. We can think about diversity, inclusion, and equity when we want to. Oh, you meant about diversity. People? Are you saying that animals aren't people? Do we need to have a talk with PETA about your thoughts that animals can't be people too? Really?
PETA would just double tap us.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure PETA would find some way to unalive my ass. All the times I've been roasting them in the past. Yeah, see, Alexa knows what I'm talking about. 100% hate playing with randos.
Yeah.
Now
that shit.
It's hard to play with randos.
Mm-hmm. Now I will say, we got the devlog. We've never covered devlogs before. I want to try this out. And Vindictus Defying Fate is one of the games I'm looking forward to. I won't lie. It's beautiful looking. I didn't get to play it on
the King Arthur game. Yeah. Yes.
I played it for all of 2 hours, got bored with it, and quit playing.
Wait, the demo?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do know there was some mixed reviews on the feedback. I didn't get to play it, so I was robbed of that glory. But they have a March devlog, so we're going to see what they have to talk about and see how everyone thinks about it. And then we're going to cover Mikey's talk first. I'm going to let Mikey discuss Astro Creations, and then we're going to go into the other topic. Because I think, I don't know if Mikey's going to want to stay for the whole situation. He just wanted to cover Astro Creation. And so after the devlog, we're gonna cover that. So they say, hello players, we're back with a fresh new devlog for March. It feels like the air in our dev team's office is growing warmer as spring closes in. Hoping that your daily lives are just as warm as the spring air. We start today with introducing some NPCs original to VDF and did not appear in the original game. Meet Lasella and Rina in Rocheste as a large city driving with trade. Finding a forge or boutique in the Rochester streets isn't that difficult. First meet Lasella, our cheerful blacksmith from Rochester, who has a lesbian haircut. I'm just going to point that out there. Other than that, she's pretty. She's got a decent design. It's works at a forge managed by the Royal Knights of Rocheste. An impressive part of her is that she's always bright and chatty, allowing her to quickly befriend visitors. I think she's supposed to be a tomboyish character, but I stand by it with the lesbian haircut. I'm still standing by that. Mm-hmm. She has great ambition.
I've seen worse.
Yeah, there's the worst. There's worse. There's the mullet. At least they didn't give her the mullet.
See the new Stranger Things character in that animated show, like major they them lesbian vibes.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say David Bowie.
Oh
no, that'd be cool. If it was David Bowie, that'd be cool.
I can't unsee that now. No.
You're welcome.
Lavistra looking private chat.
I'm afraid to.
No, it's funny.
Well, I won't be able to show it.
Oh.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Oh, physics.
It's one of my shorts.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, this is actually pretty good. I can't show it though because if you notice when we were showing the one video, it was starting to skip frames.
Yeah.
So yeah, I
Yeah,
can't.
that's
show-
about
I can't
all
figure out
that
what's
game's
going
good
on with
for.
that. I used to not have that problem. Now I do.
Oh,
I don't know
wait,
what's-
this isn't the King Arthur game. This is that other game with the beast men. Yeah.
Yes. But anyway, so they're talking about that. Then they have
Yeah, wasn't this supposed to come out a while ago?
yeah, but they've been having some. They got mixed reviews and stuff. So they said, I remember correctly, they said they're gonna postpone the development to fix some of those issues.
Ah, so that's what happened to it.
Yes, because it's still saying pending. Because for Cold Hand, Rita is waiting for you in Rocheste, known to be a noble. Rina is a tailor, so that's Rina. I mean, okay. Who runs a luxurious boutique in the corner of Rocheste's downtown with noble origins. Her elegance and grace attribute space scene haughty to the outside. Rumors say she shares interesting gossip she heard from social gatherings to those close to her, so don't miss out on a visit to her boutique. If you remember their first AMA session from last winter, thanks to the passionate participants of their community, our team has got a lot of positive energy. So I'm not going to click on that. Y'all can look that up if y'all want. To give back to the continued support from all of you and to host an opportunity to communicate more closely, we're planning a second AMA session this coming April. We're looking forward to another meaningful time with our players during this AMA. So if you haven't joined their Discord, they would appreciate it if you could join their community server to stay updated on their game news and participate in the upcoming April AMA. So if I remember correctly, that's the demo. So if you played it before, you want to see if there's any changes, that's what they're pointing out. April. So you got a tomboy blacksmith with lesbian haircut, and you got a noble with modern looking clothes. To me, it looks like, I know it's not AI. But to me, the design looks like AI because I started noticing more and more with Japanese outfits. A lot of their designs don't serve a purpose anymore. They're just there for decoration, which I started noticing as more baroque. Not broke, baroque.
It's mobile game syndrome.
That's what. Yeah. So there is that, but so I'm gonna put this out here, because Mikey wants to decide. So for everyone who remembers, Ashes of Creation, this guy Sheriff, he's the CEO and head, right? Said came on Discord and said that there was a hostile board takeover. People were saying based on the December document that he is the board member. There was no other board members. He just disappeared, and everyone said, "Oh yeah, that's totally a scam because he disappeared." I pointed out that the document they point to, a lot could happen in a month since the filing of the board member. I did say that there's a good chance of mishandling funds. I basically acknowledged both sides of the situation because I'm not part of this situation, right? I don't know much. I just go with the data I have. And I looked into a lot of the claims, which were iffy, right? But since he didn't say anything, I had to eventually on my second video say, since he hasn't come out and said anything to defend himself, I do believe it is I'm going to have to agree that it might be a scam, right? I was leading 60% scam. Well, apparently he has come out in the past month and made an announcement. And then on March 19th, there was a legal a court case happening. This is older than the court case. This is when everything started coming out. This is when Mikey started telling me about things. He shared court documents, and he wanted to come on and talk about it. I still haven't gotten news about that court case, like what happened afterwards, because it was on March 19th. I'm still keeping an eye out for it, because what we're going to find here, it's still hearsay, but I want you to understand something. The federal court agreed with him. I want you to understand that
Interesting.
the federal court agreed with him. And I think there's more to the story than what's being led on both sides. It is basically, well, we'll talk about it as time goes. Let's just put that on. I just want to put that out there before we get in, because I know some people are going to be like, oh, no, this thing's totally a scam. Okay, well, then explain the federal court.
With something like this, everything is there's never a 0 or 100%. It's all about percentages of blame. And that discovery is when you're going to really start finding out this person had 10%, this person had 90%. Like the public opinion can't, as much as the public wants to have a villain, you can't have a villain. Like both sides are probably going to have some aspect of guilt.
Yeah, that's pretty much what me and Levistra were talking about in DMs, because it doesn't tell you the full thing. It just gives you a document, and there you go.
And now we're going to talk about the full thing. Now, Mikey did give me the legal documents, but I'm going to spare y'all from reading the legal documents. I will, if people want it, put it in the description of this from watching the replay, whatever. And say you want me to give you access to that legal document, or you can look it up yourself, whichever. But Mikey gave me a copy of it. Yeah, it's public knowledge, but I'm saying, like, we're not going to read it online because it's all legalese. Right. That's the only reason why we're not doing it. If you want to see it for yourself, public knowledge, whatever. But we're going to see what WCCF Tech says, because I've always seen them as mostly neutral. Mostly neutral. I'm not saying they are neutral. But there's been major development on the ongoing Asher Creation legal battle. The founder and sheriff has attained his first legal victory against the board, obtaining a temporary restraining order from a judge. As a reminder, following the sudden implosion of the game and its removal from Steam, not to mention the fraud accusations levied by one of the game's investors, Sheriff was targeted for a lawsuit filing by TFE Game Holdings on February 9th. I was going to make a video on this, but we'll cover it in here. In the Nevada District Court, Clark County. However, he quickly filed his own lawsuit, because remember, February 9th, this was within that same week that this whole controversy was going on. He quickly filed his own lawsuit against Robert Dawson, the major investor behind Ashes Creation, who allegedly contributed up to, I want people to understand this, according to WCC Tech, allegedly contributed up to $80 million to the project. Allegedly. That doesn't mean he did.
Damn.
That means that it's claimed that he did. And TFE Game Holdings on February 14th in federal court in California. Earlier this week, March 4th, Judge Linda Lopez of the U.S. District Court, not California, U.S. District Court for the Southern District of California. So this is the federal level. Granted sheriff's ex parte motion on all 4 required criteria. Likelihood of success on the merits. The court found serious questions going on to the merits. Everyone knows what a merit is. On both the Article 19 foreclosure claim, TFE failed to notify senior lien holders and conducted a non-commercially reasonable sale to itself, and the trade secrets misappropriation claim, writing by showing that TFE acquired the trade secret materials through an unlawful Article 19 foreclosure. All right. The court found, all right, on both the Article 9 foreclosure. We're not lawyers. I'm just trying to streamline this, okay? And the trade secrets with appropriation claim. The court found this, right? Writing this by showing TFE acquired the trade secret materials through an unlawful Article 19 foreclosure. So they're saying it appears, the court is saying it appears that TFE acquired the game unlawfully. Plaintiff has shown misappropriation through wrongful acquisition. Sheriff has shown that TFE Holdings has wrongfully acquired the game. This is the court saying this. Irreparable harm. The court found TFE has already identified at least one potential buyer for Ashes of Creation and its trade secrets. TFE's own counsel has actually acknowledged this in a meet and confer with Sheriff's lawyers. So they actually acknowledged this. They actually admitted, yeah, we found a buyer, to Sheriff's lawyers. The court noted that trade secrets, once disclosed, are lost forever and cannot be compensated in monetary damage. Because once you know the secret, it's out. There's no covering up that. The court found that the public interest in vindicating intellectual property rights is served by preventing misappropriation. The court found this tips sharply towards the plaintiff, noting that a TRO to preserve the status quo while ownership is determined would not meaningfully harm defendants, whereas without it, Intrepid would permanently lose its primary valuable asset. So there's that. So the defense in this case is TFE Holdings. Having a TRO would not harm them, but it also would protect Intrepid's access and interest, whatever. With this TRO in effect, TFE won't be able to access, use, or sell any of the trade secrets, the source code of asset creation, its algorithms, as well as the game assets. Remember when he had his little, as everyone started calling YouTubers, game journalists, everybody was in agreement saying his little melty melt, and he scanned everybody and ran and locked the employees out of the code, right? And now it seems like he was protecting the game's assets. All right. Because yeah, if you have a trade secrets in your game and code is part of the trade secrets, those are assets that you want to protect. Because without it, you can't keep running your game. Your studio is going to shut down, and then your employees are going to be gone. With this TRO in effect, if you won't be able to access use the trade secrets. We covered that. They also can access 24 specific platform accounts, including Amazon, AWS, GitHub, Google Workspace, Microsoft Slack, Autodesk, Adobe, and Docker, which are used to make the assets, which need to continue developing the game. Lastly, they are prohibited from accessing any accounts or system belonging to former Intrepid employees or contractors for the purpose of reaching those trade secrets. So they can't do that either. The judge has mandated a neutral intellectual property custodian be appointed by next Monday, March 9th, which did happen. It did happen. So there's someone that neither Sheriff nor TFE Holdings can influence to access the account. So the Sheriff can access it, and TFE Holdings can't access it. All right. This is from the deep dive Mikey asked me to look into. I was going to make a video on it, but I didn't. But until a preliminary hearing for March 18th. So not on the day of, but before the day of Crimson Desert, which I haven't found much news covering it other than the TRO is still in effect. It's still active. However, Nevada lawsuit by TFE, a judge had granted temporary restraining order on the opposite and enjoined sheriff's agents with withholding usernames and passwords. So there's one for Nevada. The California federal judge simply acknowledged this legal collision in the order, noting the fundamental difference between those two cases. Nevada presumes TFE is the lawful owner. So they're saying that the federal government is saying the state of Nevada is thinking that TFE is the lawful owner of the game, but the federal government is saying they may have acquired it unlawfully and Sheriff is still the legal owner. As a general rule, federal courts supersede state courts on all matters of federal law. So that means that Nevada's thing is going to have to wait until the federal court does their thing. So then, if they side with TFE Holdings or whatever, or say that TFE Holdings had legally obtained the game, then the Nevada court can go on with their lawsuit. Until then, they have to wait for the federal court. For his part, Sheriff saying a lengthy letter on asset creation subreddit, clarifying the TRO prevents further dismantling or transferring of assets, implicitly preserves the IP from being sold to a third party. That said, he acknowledged the damage is already done. Employees were terminated without pay or benefits. The game was pulled from Steam, and years of work are now in Sunny. And the thing I realized, I started, I'm going to put this out here, when I start thinking it could be a scam, is Steam doesn't change its policies a lot. So if they change their policy to say, yeah, we have a 2-hour policy, but this could be a scam based on this, if Steam was willing to admit that and give everyone full refunds, then I was going to be like, yeah, that's probably a scam because Steam is Steam, right? So I was like, if they're acknowledging that it could be a thing, then it could be a thing. He signals at the beginning and in the letter, the interpreter casually denies taking Steam revenue from the early access launch of creation. He stated he received none of it, and I want to point this out. He states that a lot of his stuff was self-funded. So I want to point that out. And then we got this one here. The restraining order. I categorically deny I mismanaged funds and caused the company's shutdown. Director of Asset Creation, MMORG, quit in protest, if we remember. Basically the same thing. He just has his side of the story. I gotta check out my son because it's time for me to give him his medicine because he was sick. But Mikey, why don't you go ahead and tell people why you think this wasn't a scam?
Well, like, the game has been in production for almost 11, 12 years. He added his own funding, and the only reason why it seemed like a scam is because it was a last-minute add into its beta or alpha or whatever the fuck you want to call it into Steam. Because I think that was supposed to be the funding for their employees.
Okay.
So, like, yes, running with the whole scam thing, like, you also have to understand that all of the assets were frozen during that time. So that was the only way that they were pretty much going to make money from it because of the takeover.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And like you said, pretty much it will be in the discovery, but I don't know. That's just what I think on it. Is the whole situation of it is just fucky.
It sounds like it's a rare situation because usually when you have assets frozen, it's something like money, cars, something physical, and something tangible that the courts can look at. When you have software in development and you are expecting to somehow continue to make money off that software by putting on Steam, and you can't do that because the assets are frozen, like, you're in a weird gray fucky zone that it's almost like the courts have never dealt with this situation on mass.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what it is. Like, because if it was actually a scam, he would have took the money a long time ago and ran.
Yeah, this would have been a day before kind of situation where there never would have been a build other than, like, a vertical slice that's just broke as fuck. But we already have that.
Yeah. I think the game was in production long enough that, like, it was obviously just a legit game that fell under, and thus, like, you know, no one can get a refund. Like, so, like, with the High Guard situation, PlayStation gave me, like, money from the $15 skin I got,
Yeah.
but apparently Steam and Xbox have yet to issue refunds. I just looked this up. So they only PlayStation people got their money back if they put any money at all.
So Steam actually gave the refunds to everybody that, you know, bought it on Steam.
Yeah. Oh, for Ashes of Creation.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. They did give the refunds for everyone. I remember that.
But yeah, dude, it's all fucked up. Because dude literally put his own money into the game as well.
That's
Yeah.
sad. It's
You
sad
don't do
that this
that
all
when you-
crashed.
You don't do something like that if you're wanting to just rug pull. Like, you look at, I was part of the Safe Moon bullshit, and I got rug pull from that. But that's the sort of thing where the people in charge, they didn't put their own fucking money into this. They put everybody else's money into this, and they thought they could walk away. You don't put your own money in if you're planning to rip it out. Like, you want this thing to succeed, so you're gonna, like, sell your car, your house, or whatever the fuck. This guy evidently had passion in it for this.
And then, like, on top of that, you have, like, everything, like, paid up until the takeover. So, yeah. They just now, you know, start losing money at that point. I don't know. It just don't make sense to me.
Even when this was first getting popular, looking at the little bit that I was able to, it seemed like a legit game that was just suddenly taken over by a bunch of parasites who had this bright idea amongst themselves. Like, hey, what if we just, like, grabbed the money and left? Like, that sounds like a better opportunity than finish the fucking game. And the CEO's like, what? No!
And then you have the whole, oh, we've already found a buyer for your assets. Yeah, that's kind of fucked as well.
They probably had that buyer in the wings for months.
Oh,
before
dude,
this
no,
started.
it goes back
Yeah.
2 years.
This smells like... not full-fledged private equity, but people that looked at what private equity did and they're like, let's do that, but with this development team. Let's just take it over and then squeeze the money for everything we can and then jump ship.
Well, here's also another perspective. So you've got 3 big MMOs, right? If the game actually came out, it would probably smash those MMOs just because of all of the assets they had into that game.
That's even wilder part. Like what this could have become had it been allowed to progress and bloom. They could have gotten even more money.
Well, that's the thing. It's like I'm going to acknowledge the.
It looked interesting to me. The the trailers and stuff I seen on it, but it never grabbed me enough to want to play it. So it did look interesting.
Yeah, and one thing I want to point out here is I mentioned this. I will say that yes, on the side of it's a scam. The Steam release would have satisfied the Kickstarter requirements, so they wouldn't have to do a refund for that. But why would you have an update scheduled for the day after the controversy weeks earlier and announce it, all that stuff, right? They had an update that was going to happen the day after all this stuff happened. Like it was already scheduled, it was already worked, it was already announced, all that stuff. They had an update. Why would you have that update if this was going to happen? If you knew you were going to make this plan?
So my thing is on that is they were updating every day to every other day.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Most scam games
Now, I'm
wouldn't
gonna
even do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna show my Grammarly script here in a second, if I can, because there's something I want to point out here. Because this is from my deep dive. Okay, so yeah, there's a lot of text here. Okay, yeah, we don't care AI chat. We don't care. No, go away. That's the wrong button. There we go. All right, because I use the proofreader to help my grammar. But anyways, so I acknowledged Mikey here, right? But where is it at here? It had a Steam's English reviews had it at 48% positive, so they were really working on this game, right? But is this the right one? Oh no, this is the old one. Sorry, sorry. We'll keep that in there. This is a reference. Refresher. I had one. Where'd it happen to it? Where'd it go? The fridge controversy. No, that's not it. Consider specs. No. PSR valve. No. Where was it? Is that the right one?
Maybe.
No, that's okay. So it's this one. So that's the one I was making, and then fucked it up. So I had to make it again. So this should be the right one. All right. So covered this. We see that a lot of people were saying control now. So I covered this in my previous video, right? But when you look at the paper, according to Paradox Gaming's reporting in 2024, a 9.7% shareholder, the Yaya Legacy Trust, sued Intrepid after being denied access to financial books and statements. At the same time, Sheriff's other entity, Trek Holdings LLC, was reportedly suspended by the state. The red flags persisted in November 2025, when, according to a Reddit analysis of property records, Sheriff transferred his home to his spouse, a classic asset move protection. Then on December 11th, Intrepid rushed an unfinished Alpha 2 on Steam Early Access. To many, this wasn't a real launch. It was a strategic one, right? Then in January 6th, this is what I said that could be a possibility of other boards. This is where my defense of other boards came in, that people said there was no other board. According to UCC filings, Karen Borenko, a name linked to Xango Vema MLM company Sheriff was previously associated with, filed a UCC lien on Intrepid's assets. In my post resignation analysis, I highlighted this lien as a signal of creditors coming to collect after Sheriff took on unpayment debt and suggested this would escalate creditor pressure and force governance shifts. When Sheriff resigned on January 31st, blaming the board, he was likely referring to Barenko herself or the expanded board with creditor investor affiliates. So basically, when creditors aren't getting what they want, they'll start forcing board members into the board to create assets, which, like I said, she filed this on January 16th. The board filing in the state that he's the only board member with his husband because he's gay, as a finance officer or whatever, that was December 2025. A lot can happen with those changes, right? Because he said they're doing things I don't agree with and cannot stand with. I want you to remember that. When he resigned blaming the board, he was like referred to working herself. The sheriff was on the board for years, but it seems he took on that he couldn't pay, and creditors finally came to collect. What happens next usually follows one of three paths. This is why was bitching a while back: emergency funding, asset sale, or a quiet shutdown. For the outset, I outlined the possibility of a forced asset sale or creditor takeover. What did the court acknowledge? Y'all remember what the court acknowledged?
That the assets may have been acquired illegally?
Yeah, and there could be a sale of it, right? That's why he put the temporary restraining order. Now, he didn't state this in his little rant, right? I looked into all this based on the paper trail. All right, so this is the evidence that could support him right now, right? This is what I was like. Why would it? Because I was asking, why would a judge, if this was an obvious scam, why would a judge side with him, right? Which has now been substantiated by Sheriff's allegation and the federal TRO that the board, dominated by creditor appointees, attempted to transfer Ash's IP through an Article 9 foreclosure. As of now, there's no confirmed public filing that settles who has control. Only Sheriff's claim that control shifted and the hard evidence of mass layoffs due to failure to meet payroll. The heart and soul of the project is gone, whatever. But basically, this is also the same thing. I don't know what happened to my original script, but basically, one of the guys that they mentioned, Robert or something like that. Actually, I think I had those notes in with my DM with Mikey. Let me see if I still have it, because I was like, "Holy shit, this is not so easy to say. Yeah, it's a scam." Let me see.
Yeah, it was a massive fucking rabbit hole.
So basically. Yeah, it was. I thought this was gonna be simple. Sheriff Carmine's and Sheriff Carmine's is basically Barenko. Okay, so Jason Carmine's, right? In the legacy, he wanted to get the final records. He was a minority shareholder of 9.7%, right? So he could demand all the assets and records he wants, but he can't get any of that. Jason can't get none of that. Basically, Sheriff can tell him to go to hell because he's not a major shareholder. However, he's the one that started, like, while there was suspicions it was a scam, he's the one that came out on YouTube. Okay, he went to a YouTuber and said this was a scam based on the fact that Dawson had his CFO give him the files. Okay. There is that. All right. Now, if we're going to acknowledge that, yes, his shares MTM scam history means this automatically makes him a scam and untrustworthy, then we're going to have to acknowledge Jason and Barenko, who are also MTMs. Barenko actually is the one who was co-founded the company that the FTC stopped for illegal activity. While Carmine's has made his fortune in multi-level marketing scams. Okay, just pointing out there. So if you want to say that his claims are valid and Sheriff's is not, you're going to need to show you need to show burden of proof. You have the burden of proof to show that now, because you made the standing logic that, yeah, Sheriff was on MTM, so therefore this is a scam. Well, How do we know Cameron is not scamming everyone because he wants his money or whatever, right? How do we know that? We're gonna have to know through, like we said before, discovery. But basically, Dawson became chairman in May 2024. Successfully filed the board with associates like Rod and Ogden, who gave him the files, and Theresa Fete, who are like his lackeys or whatever. That they've worked together before. And it was a factual allegation in the court recorded that Dawson's team, specifically Odin, provided Karamis with the confidential financial data he used to fuel the scam narrative on February 2026. Where Gosling and board's hostile actions happened almost simultaneously in January 2026. The analysis appears that they were working together in a pre-planned conspiracy. The court has not yet ruled on a conspiracy, only on the unlawful nature of the foreclosure itself. But it's also a possibility he could be lying. We need to keep that in mind. I'm putting out there, like, we don't know everything. It comes out in discovery. But this is why I say we should always look for the facts instead of just running with something. Because the scam narrative for education may be true. Don't get me wrong. It may be true, right? But even Mikey pointed out some things that when I looked into, it says, you know what? Sheriff might actually be telling the truth. Like, everyone has a right to, as a veteran, I believe, everyone has a right of innocence until proven guilty. To be fair, right? That means that even Sheriff, who has a past with MTM, even if I don't agree with his lifestyle or practices, whatever, as a veteran, I have to acknowledge that right. And so until there's actual proof, I can't say, and I never will say, yeah, this is what it is, until there's nothing defending that point of view to defend it, right? So, yeah, we have basically a bunch of MTMs going at each other. We have a potential unlawful board that was filed to go after Sheriff as the because here's the thing. What's his name again? Hold on, let me look this up. The guy, he's part of TFE. He's the guy that's in charge of TFE Holdings. Hold on. Dawson, right? Dawson's team. He's part of
Robert.
He's chairman of Robert Dawson's the chairman of TFE Holdings. He also was with Bright Games. Now, according to Sheriff and the court documents and stuff, Dawson is the one that told Sheriff not to sell his game to Riot Games. Sheriff was interested in selling his game to Riot Games. That doesn't sound like a scam move to me. If the CEO is like, because like here's the thing, if it was a scam and he was going to get like millions for selling the game, he would have sold them a buggy, glitchy game as a typical scammer would do, collect the money and walk away happy, giving everybody else garbage. That's a typical scammer move. But he listened to Dawson, right? And Dawson says, "Oh, don't sell it to them. We'll sell it to someone else. We have a better chance doing it somewhere else, right?" And Dawson worked for Riot Games. So that, while this can't be proven, what I'm seeing is that Sheriff trusted Dawson on Riot Games with his Riot Games track record and got fucked over in the end.
Yeah. This is
Now,
a mess.
It is a mess. This is why it's like, you know what? We're not making a video on this. We're just going to cover it on DragonCast.
Absolutely.
But yeah, based on all this information, what do y'all think?
It's a lot. It's a lot of info, but it does seem like this guy literally like wanted to make a game, and these suits basically like tank the project.
Mm-hmm.
This is a difference of passion versus greed. If you boil it down, if you get rid of all the court rulings, all the like the illegalness, the paperwork, someone had an idea and wanted to do it, and someone else said, "What if I just took your money?" How about that? That's what I see. That's what I get out of it.
Yeah. And it could be Sheriff was scamming everyone, but from what I've seen of the paper trail, I'm back to leaning. This is the information I needed to make a decision back in January. But it makes sense that he was quiet now because he was seeking legal counsel. What would your lawyer, if you were in this situation after you made this announcement, you went and saw legal counsel? What do you think a lawyer's going to tell you to do?
Shut the fuck up.
And unlike other devs and everything else, what did Sheriff do?
Shut the fuck up.
Exactly. Now here's the thing. This is why I am concerned about us YouTubers. Like I wanted to tie this with Are We the Baddies, but not going to do that because we got so much going on. We'll have to have that conversation some other time. But how many YouTubers went with this is a scam narrative rather than waiting for all the facts?
Countless.
And what was the reason we became the YouTubers? What was the reason why the journalists hate us? What was the reason for Gamergate?
Boobs. Wait, what?
That too.
Well, did you see my video on the subject? I never went in any direction on whether or not it was a scam or not.
Yeah, I know. Me neither. I'm not saying you did. I'm saying YouTubers in general, the community. That means that we can't. I'm adding us in there to be fair, right? I want to be fair to you. I'm not naming any names. Everyone can say, "Well, what's this YouTuber? What's that YouTuber?" Yeah, but there are so many YouTubers and content creators out there, right? That were saying this is totally a scam. And they railed with that because of the clicks. How many times have people used power words and clickbait to make an article that was not related to the game? How many times have we complained about ethics in game journalism? Yes, we're not game journalists. I got it. But we started covering this stuff because we knew they weren't covering it factually and we wanted to give facts. This is why we need to be careful about YouTube's algorithm. We shouldn't always try to rush to be the first because that's what the journalists do these days. They rush to be the first. We should be instead rushing to be the first that's accurate.
I agree.
That's what we should be doing.
I think there's another element. I think there's another element. It's not just about getting to be first. I'm gonna kind of paraphrase James Rolfe from years ago in a video he made. I think these kinds of knee-jerk reactions are simply an excuse not to think, not to look at everything because it hurts to think, and it's easier to just point and scream and go re and say bad thing. I think it's just laziness.
Well, the comments in my De Nuvo videos will back you up on that.
Yeah. You told me. I've seen them.
And I never once condone piracy or anything else, and yet that happens. But I also think it's part of the dopamine hit. I see a lot of YouTubers that I've respected that I stopped following, like literally unsubscribed from. I respect their opinions; they have a right to do whatever they want. But okay, well, give me a moment. I see your text. But there's wanting to be right, which causes dopamine hits. Right, like a drug. You want that satisfaction of being right, and then there's want to be factually correct. Now, if the court finds Sheriff guilty of being a scam, right, and the Nevada case goes through and all that stuff, right, people will say like, "See, yeah, I was right." But you know what's going to be funny? I'll never have to say I was wrong because I said, like, here's the data.
There's a quote that AOC said that just popped in my brain when you said that, and it's a disgusting quote. She said, "It's more important to be morally correct than factually correct."
Yeah, that is true, and that's a leftist quote if you want to go into politics. All you right-wingers out there, because I am apolitical, that want to say about the leftists and that, well, you got to remember how many of you are trying to be morally correct, because there's studies that show both that all tribes do this for the dopamine hits. They'll forget all the bad things their tribes say, but they'll remember all the good things their tribes say, and when they owned the other tribe. This is why I stay out of it. This is why I don't talk politics on my streams, on my Discords. I'll talk about it in other people's Discords and streams if they want me to talk about it, but that's not my brand. That's not what I'm here for. And this is a perfect example of why. This is something that, let's just say that Sheriff. Let's just say. I'm going to say this. Let's just say Sheriff is a scammer. Let's just assume he is, right? Let's assume. And he still pulls the wool over the eyes of the judge and wins, right? Let's give the this is a scam tribe They're dopamine. Let's acknowledge that this is a potential. This is a possible thing, the outcome. He wins his case, right? Now he can go to everybody on social media and YouTube that makes lots of money doing this stuff and sue them as well. Because that's what scammers will do. Saying the court has ruled that I was doing the right thing. That I was innocent until proven guilty. So everyone go ahead.
Oh no. Yeah, I'll let you finish, but then I want to make a point.
Go ahead. Oh yeah, I'll finish. But basically, now you have all these YouTubers that said this is a total scam, and not saying, in my opinion, they said, yeah, he totally fucking did this. Here's the proof. If he's a scammer, he will go after them because scammers want one thing: easy money.
All right. So a lot of speaking of like credibility and stuff, like a certain publication we like to make fun of just actually broke a story about Kim Belair and Sweet Baby Inc. basically like dismissing male gamers from all the way back from 2019. But the thing is, it was Fandom Pulse that broke the story. And now everyone is retweeting Fandom Pulse. You know, the one like publication we've constantly like made fun of.
Yeah, and I still don't trust Fandom Pulse because they'll turn a truth into a lie. They always have. So while Kim Blair will say that, I know he'll do a narrative spin, which is why I never use Fandom Pulse because it's
I did not. I tried to find any other thing but to retweet them. I mean, Trent has blocked both of us.
Well, he hasn't blocked my new account. So but no, I will agree that there are times where they say something is true, but when it's like let's put it this way: Kotaku will write articles that are true, right?
Yeah,
but they will always
clock is right twice.
Yeah, but they'll also write it in a way that's a narrative spin that's mostly false. That he get busted for. I mean, there's memes. Right, there's means of an error 404 journalist Kotaku's integrity not found, and that was literally in a convention, and Kotaku got mad about. Right?
Yeah, they had to take it down, and the convention apologized.
And here's what I'm going to say on this: when Fandom Pulse and John Del Rosa's buddies made a tweet that Henry was a child, that this was a child porn game, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. What they did is they used a video that was an opinion video as proof and then showed a screenshot of the game. But what they did was they erased the question mark from the information on the codex for Kingdom Come Deliverance 1. That codex, that question mark, tells you last known records of the character in question history. And yet, people ran with that. YouTubers ran with that, right? Hypnotic even ran with that because, like, when I was modding for Hypno, and I had to say, like, boss, like, it's Warhorse is trying to censor negative reviews about, pedo and all this PDF files and all that stuff, right? I said, actually, boss, if you look down here at the bottom of the deleted tweet, a deleted review, it says I'll be sailing the high seas on this one. If you look at the TOS from Steam, it says do not encourage piracy. And he had to go back and says this came from Mod Bistro, something I overlooked. But a lot of people were still on that PDF file bandwagon because of what John Del Rose said. And one of those people that was on that bandwagon, which out of respect for him, because we don't always agree, but he seems to think that I'm against him or something. Because I keep bringing this up on him. I'm not mentioning his name. And please, no one mention his name. Please, if you know what I'm talking about. But there was one guy who was on that bandwagon, was on Hypno's show. We all told him, not in the chat and on Hypno himself, because it was not the Saturday night thing. It was Hypno talking to a guest panelist, right? And we in the chat were like bringing evidence. He was on that bandwagon, but he came out later, looked at all the evidence that we talked about, gets to make content to prove he was right, and found some that most people overlook because when you walk to the characters right, they stop talking. But if you don't walk early in the game, shortly after Henry wakes up from his injuries, they explain why these guys are men. They explain that why he's not a what's his name? I forget his name, but the one lord that Henry serves is not a full blown lord, and that they have to acknowledge he's a man for a vote, all this other stuff. So that's all gets talked about, right? But that damage was done. Like Warhurst could have sued Phantom Pulse for that. They could have sued. That's why we gotta be careful. But no, I totally agree with you, Dash. But other than that, does anyone else have anything else to say? Because Bo needs to get out of here.
No, it's been kind of brain melting hearing all of this.
Exactly. Now you know I didn't want to finish that video. I was like, I'm not talking about this about Mikey.
Yeah, giant rabbit hole. And it just gets worse if you actually read into it.
Fuck, it's a
I know.
rhinoceros hole.
I can make content for this for days, and then I'd be looking like I have a conspiracy theory.
You're
I
gonna
would
turn
make
it into
I would
quartering.
make Savvy proud with my own skits board.
Last couple of times I had to take off. I didn't have a game ready for recommendation or one to keep an eye on. Well, I got one to keep an eye on this time, and
Okay,
it
hold on,
has
be
not
shut.
it has not been released yet. They're still working on it, and
I got a meme for this. Go ahead.
there's Warhammer Total War. Well, Warhammer 40,000 Total
40K,
War.
yeah.
Are you ready?
Do it.
In the grim dark
Male top
of the far future
adrenaline.
I think they showed this at the Game Awards.
hangs by a thread.
Did they?
Yeah, this is the Game Awards trailer.
Well, I'll watch it again and again.
Mankind is beset by endless tides of aliens, traitors, and demons.
Wow.
I think it's a little bit more than what they showed at the Game Awards, though.
I don't care. I still like it.
Across countless
Watching it.
worlds, battles rage.
There may be some out there that didn't see it during the Game Awards.
Jeez, is that a Titan?
Lead your armies. Conquer. World.
Oh, so it's going to be RTS.
Fight on.
It's a Total War game.
Burns.
I haven't
Part
played
of the
it.
Total War franchise. They've made them for Warhammer Fantasy.
For there is no peace amongst the stars. There is only war.
Yeah, this was definitely in the Game Awards trailer.
I don't care. That's just pure adrenaline right there. That looked like a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah.
Or it would be fun.
This world scares the fuck out of me. I would never
Oh, wait till we
want to
cover
live in this
Warhammer
world.
Skulls. I'm keeping an eye out for that.
We gotta play some Warhammer games. Me,
Got a few
Terrace.
others, but
Yes.
I gotta get going. I gotta get up to the park to do my evening walk before it gets too dark.
Sounds
Yeah,
good.
no worries. But yeah, thanks for stopping by, Bo, and thanks for your recommendation. We'll definitely add that to the list. Send that to me in the DC or DM. Sorry, DM.
I will tonight, but I need to get out of here because the police frown upon you if you're up there after dark.
Ah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Well, you're white. You got that white privilege card, so you don't have to worry about that.
Depends on the
You
country.
saw that place in my little town. Yeah.
Try that in a small town, right?
All right. Well,
All right.
take care, everybody. You can find me on YouTube, Rumble, and X under the same name. Well, under the same name on Twitch too, but I haven't done any Twitch stuff in a while. I just 100% in Starfield, like we said earlier, and I'm getting back into Conan Exiles for a little while, and then I'll probably pick up Starfield again after April 7th. Going to have to give it time for my mods to fix. Now, here's the funny thing for Starfield is that I'm leaning toward. You remember when first time I streamed a full playthrough of Starfield was on Bocephus, a male, but that save got screwed because of an update, and it broke the save. Well, I'm thinking about starting a brand new save, bringing Bocephus back to go through the new stuff they're adding.
Ooh.
So I'll probably still have Rhonda, the AI co-host it, but be Bocephus.
Mhm.
Just starting a brand new save for it. But anyway, I got to get going, get that walk done. But
And don't forget to listen to Boobs over here and subscribe to Vet Gamer for Cephas. Link in the
I got
comments.
cool stuff. I just did a short stream today, getting back into Conan Exiles, trying to remember the controls and stuff. But y'all take care and be sure to like the stream. Like the stream. It takes less than a second to click that like button.
Okay. Bye, Bo. We got a lot to cover. Oh, finally. Don't mean to be rude, but I was like, let's come on, Bo. We got a lot to cover. Mikey, are you going to stay for the rest of the thing, or you got to go?
No, man. I'm gonna bounce out too.
All right.
I'll be
No,
in,
nice seeing you,
chat
man.
first. Yeah, nice seeing you too.
Tell them where they can find you, and when you decide you're going to stream again, and all that stuff. Blah,
Shit, I
blah.
don't know when I'm gonna stream again. Anyways, yeah. No. Anyways, you guys have fun.
Bye, Mike.
Just
Every America's favorite Sunder, ladies and gentlemen. But I had a way of organizing all this stuff. I think what we're gonna do is I can pull it up, but I got a sick kid that's just got done gagging. I gotta make sure he made it to the toilet. But
oh yeah.
I can bring up the video game crash file, or you can show your own if you want, your own source.
I will share mine. Give me 1 moment.
Yes, because normally what I was going to do is talk about the FTC, then Steam, and Valve versus Epic Games, and then talk about the crash. But we'll probably talk about the crash first, since I got to take care of this thing.
All right, so that's there. Now let's go back and do this.
And while you're pulling that up, no, I know you don't like it when I say the word wrong. That's why I do it. Because you didn't pay me $2 to give me shit. You know what I forgot to do? I could have done when introducing Mikey.
Giving him shit? I don't know.
No, I could have done this.
All hail the patron saint of gooning!
Yep.
Yep.
Could have.
Should have. All right. I see Karis has his file up. Yeah, that's the same one I had. Why is yours is dark and mine is white? I'm actually happy about that.
I put dark mode on.
Yeah, mine is too, but it still shows it up as white.
And
I use the same browser you use, apparently.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so you go ahead and cover that. I'm gonna go make sure I don't have to clean up any messes.
Yep.
And because I want to talk about this too. So this is a great conversation, and it's the educational for Dash.
Educational.
Yeah.
Education. But yes, legendary developer.
Hold on. He did it. Okay, he did it.
Oh.
All hail the patron saint of gooning!
Blessed be.
Yep. Mikey just paid $1 just to give me shit. Thank you for your donation of shit. $1 worth of shit. All right. And thanks for Sonya for making that video for me. All right. Go ahead, Karis. I gotta go clean that mess up.
Yep. While Vistro's dealing with stuff, we're going to take a look at why a lot of people are talking about this. I first saw this on Twitter, but it's being covered in, obviously, Eurogamer and probably other places. Legendary developer John Romero and Brenda Romero think our current video game industry crash is even crashier, I didn't know that was a word, than the infamous recession of the 1980s, which I believe was either 1983 or 1986. I can't remember specifically. Mighty Doom, I guess they had to add in there. So, yes, award-winning game developers and founders of Romero Games have spoken about the state of the games industry following the radical downsizing of their Galway-based studio. I don't even know what that word means, but okay. And they said, speaking games industry.biz ahead of the dark and gloomy in Wakefield last week. Brenda Romero said the following: I feel like the industry is in a real horrible place. I mean, we were in the 80s for the crash. This is definitely crashier. I don't know if this is a real word, but I guess we're going to treat it like it's a real word. There are so few people that have not been affected or their partners affected. Did I read that right? So few people that have not been affected or their partners affected. So they're worried about being affected. It's a real difficult time right now. And then they go into other stuff. The 1980s American game industry suffered dramatically due to a flood of games on multiple systems that were deemed low quality. This is an important part right here that I very much recall. This on top of waning interest for consoles while personal computers rose in popularity resulted in substantial woes, which thankfully recovered with the introduction of the NES. There's a lot of things that they're not really, they want to point fingers at, but they're not pointing fingers at. We'll get to in a moment. John Romero pointed to Battlefield 6 as an example of the dire state of the industry, telling games industry, I don't understand what that's all about. He pointed to the high sales for the latest EA shooter and the layoffs following this substantial success. Yes, there was a lot of sales for Battlefield 6. It was very popular. Brendan John Studio, which is still in operation, had its funding pulled as part of Microsoft's sweeping cuts last year. Everyone's funding got pulled. The studio survived this ordeal, and the shooter under development was rescued too, albeit drastically redesigned. It's gone from a team of around 110 people to 9 developers in the wake of the lengthy redundancy process. And that's the article. It goes on in other stuff. But the thing that really stood out to me was where was it? Right here. I think I highlighted before. The flood of video games that were considered low quality, which is technically true. Mm-hmm. There was a lot of garbage out there. Like if you know a Bad City Brawler, those types of garbage games that you looked at characters, they didn't look like characters. They looked like smudge of paint of pixels on the screen. But this is being retranslated as there's too many games on the market, which is really code for no one's buying the AAA stuff, and that's sad, and we're sad because of that.
I want to add something to that, if I can.
Mm-hmm.
The video game crash in 1983 started with E.T. for Atari.
Yeah.
If you're a game historian, you'll know about that. But there was an oversaturation. There were so many consoles and so much subpar clones of games like Asteroids and stuff like that. There was an oversaturation market that caused it to crash, which certain games, like a certain colonel of the American Army at Wounded Knee video game, causes outrage that I will actually make a video on, would have been forgotten about in a landfill if not for activists. So, just putting it out there. but I want to say that I think I want to add to it is, yeah, there's an oversaturation of slop, but when you add in the fact that corporations originally lasted 40 years, now it's 15 to 20. A lot of these corporations that I mentioned before were 40. Activision is the oldest third-party developer, the oldest.
Damn.
Ubisoft is around that 40-year mark. They're starting to die out because they lost the passion, which we'll cover again. Foreshadowing. I don't think we're gonna see a video game crash. I'm just saying what we said in January, our first episode for the year in January about the fall of Rome. The corporate AAA are dying out. But carry on.
So yeah, that's an important point as well, going back to the fall of Rome. But when I see statements like this, this is something that I had talked about one of the previous episodes, but on my own show well over a year ago, that you're going to see more the jabbing, trying to point to one specific thing that says this is why the games industry is failing, which is what they really want to say is there's too many indie games. We need to get rid of all these lower tier games, and we need to focus on. No. Again, it's the excuse to not think. So this morning, I made a list, and it turned into 12 points of what could potentially be a reason for why we may be having a correct. Maybe. They're just kind of a Venn diagram. I'm going to list them off. I'm going to give a second pause so that everyone can think about them. Because in some way, these are going to affect you or have affected you. But these are all the things that I thought of that would be causing the economy, the industry, you, me, to not be playing nearly as many games. First one, lack of hardware options at reasonable prices. Reduction in AAA game quality. Shutdowns for AAA studios of live service games that fail to meet high expectations. Increased costs in game services such as Game Pass. Reduction in pay increases for average people's jobs. Wage freezes, which happened a lot during like COVID and whatnot. Layoffs for average people's jobs. That's a big thing that's happening right now. Increase in B tier and indie tier game quality. Increase in offline hobby interests. People just not playing video games as much. AAA production has shifted to project-oriented methods, where 90% of the team is no longer needed once the game gets released. And I worded that specifically, released. Games don't go gold anymore. Games are not completed as a product. They get released. People reducing game time to work on their own game. Anyone can become a game developer these days. So in order to do that, you have to really not play nearly as many games. People who had children during COVID changing their game habits to focus on family. And finally, people joining the military and people being deployed to war. All of these factors can contribute to why, in this moment in time, games are just not, big games are not being played nearly as much.
I can debunk the war one. I'm a veteran. When I was in the military, this was around the time that World of Warcraft was big. With people don't seem to understand that when we're in the Army, we're always on call, sure. But even we have a 9 to 5. We show up at 6 a.m. to do our PT route. This is the Army. I'm speaking for the Army here. We do our PT in the morning. We go change, shit, shower, shave, put on our uniform, go to work until end of day. Like NPA called the end of day briefing. That is usually around 5 p.m. After that, we either go to the gym, go shopping, go have a beer with our friends, or, like me, I would go order a pizza, sit down at my barracks desk, and play with my Xbox 360. I remember this because I had fond memories of Assassin's Creed 2. Now, when we went to war, I was combat arms. I got to play occasionally with video games, not all the time. But the reason I'm mentioning it is because I mentioned this a lot, is that I always believe games are the best way to bridge the divide between tribes. Because when I was walking around at the main COD for our supply run, I was on guard detail for the supply run for our camp, which didn't have a lot of amenities. I was at a USO tent, right? And I saw, was it USO? Anyways, it was a recreation tent, but I saw an Iraqi soldier, Iraqi sergeant, and a U.S. sergeant both playing Modern Warfare together on a console. They didn't speak each other's language, where the year prior, this is before we took over Iraq, the year prior to that, they would have been trying to shoot each other because their governments told them to do so. And yet here they were playing a game about Iraq, like the levels about Iraq, that just came out, and neither one had a problem with it. They couldn't communicate in English or Arabic to each other, right? But they still found ways to play the game together. So there's that. I will say, as a parent, I didn't have a lot of time to play video games between raising my son myself when he was a toddler. But I did try to play games. But I will say, because of the slop and the political pandering, because this was during the time of Gamergate when I got out, when I wasn't in doing my college work for game design and later freelancing in game design, the only game I played consistently, because I didn't want to try anything new because I was afraid of dealing with political bullshit, was Skyrim. I didn't play any new games until one of my friends told me, "Hey, you should play Phasmophobia with me."
Really? You've kept it you only played Skyrim till Phasmophobia came out?
Yeah.
That's a big, wow.
Well, to be fair, the modding community was big, so there was so many mods out there for replayability. Yeah, you have your Gunner mods, sure. But I actually had a game called Undeaf. There was Maids, or what's it called, Maids? There was so many quest mods on Nexus that I would just download and play and add to the replayability. And then when new texture and model mods came out to replay Skyrim, I would replay those. And especially our storage mods, he had a one about Parafax. And then another mod came out where you could get the Blades to say shut up, but because of the lore, the Blades would follow the Dragonborn regardless. You tell them to shut up, I'm in charge, you're going to do what I say, right? So there's that. Then you had Taxes of Skyrim. There's a mod for taxes. There were survival mods. There were so many mods that changed the way it was played that I could keep going for years. This is another reason why I think AAA hates mods now, is because you don't make a game. They don't make a game you like. You'll just keep playing the mods.
Also, a lot of these mods are now just restoring things the developers took out.
Yeah. These are all interesting things that I never actually thought about of potential. I don't think there's a crash, and like I said, that possible. I'm probably talking out my ass, but these are just things in society that I thought about, because again, people like to narrow down. Can I add to your list? Yeah, go ahead. Right.
Yeah, so I think cost is definitely the biggest thing, and just an overall just lack of enthusiasm as things become more corporate, more money driven. So does you don't really have if you remember E3 and stuff, and Reggie Fils-Aimé, and how he would get you excited for a game. You don't have that anymore. Phil Spencer was actually pretty good at that, but because of all the broken promises and stuff, he kind of just he just became I don't know, a liar kind of.
Yeah.
So so it's just people are just becoming more cynical. People are becoming a little bit smarter with their money. They're not investing hundreds and hundreds of dollars.
Yep. I'm going to add to that too, if I may, unless Dash, unless you're done. I'll wait. Are you done with your point, or?
Yeah, I don't really have much else to add. Do you have something?
Yeah, I'm going to add this because, and I know people are going to find it surprising because I had to fit in a couple of articles from the mainstream journalists. Because I'm a man of nuance, I'm not a man of tribes. So, to be fair, we do have people saying every game is a 9 out of 10. Every game is awesome because of cinematics. That when people, instead of asking questions about mechanics, people would ask these journalists, if you were on an island and you had to survive, which would you have, Mountain Dew or Doritos? Just pointing that out there. I'm going to always put that out there, right? We had those guys, which led to Gamergate, right? The ethics in journalists, because there was journalists that actually said when they saw that photo of the Doritos post, says everything wrong with games journalism today at that time period, just before Gamergate, mind you, everything wrong with games journalism today is in that picture.
Yeah,
and that was true. He never addressed it. He let it into his own bullshit, right? We have so many people that would write game reviews about an upcoming game, and they would say, "Well, this game has this, and it equates to imperialism and blah blah blah," and that's why Trump is bad. When you're a gamer, you don't fucking care about politics. You want to watch you want to know as a gamer. Our mentality is, if we want to know about politics, we have CNN, we have Fox, we have whatever. You know, we have things that we don't want to know, but we want to know about this game. Is it good for our money? Because of that, it caused the Gamergate and culture war, right? Which started with us YouTubers, not this before any three of us, but like the old school YouTubers would come out and say, "Okay, here's the real news on it," but they would always talk AAA. One thing I think that's coming out, because like before I knew you existed, Garrett, because Sonya told me about you, and it was just funny because you're in a Camelot circle, which I also follow, right? Because he was a GameStop employee, so I follow him. But you covered indie games too, and anyone that's been on my channel for a long time knows we always focus on upcoming games. Before to add it to Dragon Bytes, I would make videos where I just read niche gamer articles, because I started my stream because people were under this mentality of there's no good games, all games are woke. I streamed Enshrouded, which is about to be done with its development cycle. They actually announced that they're shooting for a console release and finishing development of it later this year, right?
Sweet.
Ooh, I might have to start getting my VTuber buddies to play it again.
Yeah, they added a lot more to it. I tried it. It's actually they've done a lot. Let's just put it. They've done a lot. When I was covered in news, I was overblown by the amount of notifications I got when I opened that game again.
I was so cool that the devs approved me for that key.
I still hate you for that. Yeah, that's my villain art. This is why I torment Dash, because he got a key and I didn't. But to be fair, though, I didn't really ask for a key, and I wasn't planning on being a streamer. I was just trying to show someone in Hypnotic's community that there are good games. That's all I was trying to show. I was trying to show him that, because, well, if you have this mentality of there's no good games out there, you're not going to buy games. And but because of that, right? Because I did that. Right, and I think there's a lot of other YouTubers. This is why I'm mentioning it. People are asking me, "Do I have more games to recommend? What's my takes on this? What's my takes on that?" And I started looking elsewhere other than this. That now I kind of like with Dragon Bytes, we mostly cover X. Like sometimes I still have Pirate Nation news for Dragon Bytes, right? But we have upcoming games coming out, milestones that were reached for wish lists. You know, like I was like, we're gonna be I hate being called a journalist, but we're going to do what everyone else is failing to do, and we're going to try to promote these indie and AA's up, because they're the future. And then what happened? I don't think they saw me doing it and decided to do it, but what are we starting to see?
We kind of were ahead of the trend. We were ahead of the trend. And like you see people, like, tons of people are playing Crimson Desert. Like, I think like Hypno, Kata, like Cassie, like everyone's playing Crimson Desert, and it's not because like You know, it's because they want to play it.
Yeah. But like I said, I agree with Karis on this one because I'm trying to wrap up what Karis is saying. That AAA, when it comes to AAA, yeah, they're going to see that the video game is going to the video game crash of '84 is coming back. Video game crash 2.0. Yes, is there slop games in the indie side? Yes, sure. We've seen it. We've acknowledged it, right?
But
it's also we played them. But there's also great ones. Like Karis will tell you, like we were playing Abiotic Factor yesterday. I did not know Abiotic Factor was a thing until Karis told me about it. I probably would have never noticed about it. And last night, I got tired of seeing the mess the base was at. So I just said, I'm organizing all this stuff. And I stayed up until 4 a.m. when everyone left. I was the last one to leave the server. You guys
were up till 4? Jesus.
Yeah.
He was.
I was. Well, that's the essence of a true gamer. We kind of don't have a concept of time. Or is it just dragons? I don't know. But we'll stay up even with our wives saying, babe, it's 3 in the morning. You need to come to sleep. But it's going to be like some people. It's going to be gamers like us. This is why I say we should stop focusing on AAA. And I think for the most part, we do.
I just focus on games. I've never really had this thing. Like if there's a game I want to play, I'm going to focus on it. Like I don't care if it's being put out. Yeah, I guess you can go to the point. I was curious. I was curious about it. I gave it a shot. I mean, and I caught a lot of the problems that really killed that game. We didn't know about all the behind the scenes bullshit.
No.
But
don't say it's like you played it because you were genuinely curious about it. You would say you're like, this looks interesting. I want to play it. And I won't lie, it did look interesting, but at the same time, I was like, And I couldn't understand why people were hating the game until we found out that it took the Game Awards surprise reveal, which people thought was overhyped. Which I personally feel that the Dorito Popes killed that game, and yet no one has apologized to him. It's supposed to be this hype game, but no. The point is, if the game is interesting, this is why remember when we did the interviews, Dash, with Tomby and them. One of the questions I would ask is, "What's your guilty pleasure?" I would argue an example of a guilty pleasure would be you playing High Guard, even though everyone else said it was trash. You were still curious about it, and you generally want to play. You didn't play it for the hate content. You didn't lie and say, I'm playing this to see if it's really good. You were actually genuinely curious about it.
Yeah, I went in with an open mind. If it was bad, I would have trashed it. I played Dustborn with an open mind, too, even though I was ready to make fun of it. And it just ended up being a lot worse than I could ever imagine.
Yeah, Dustborn. Yeah. But, that reminds me of that time, when you said something that you thought was based and everyone got mad at you about.
To the radio station! Torches! Get your torches! Pitchforks! Can't be an angry mob without pitchforks! Cotton candy! Get your cotton candy! Can't throw right without cotton candy!
What was that?
You remember when we had the High Guard episode?
Yeah. The High Guard. The High Guard.
And my son said you should use SpongeBob.
Yes, I know. That was really good on your son.
Yep. He doesn't watch all our videos, but he watches some when I let him. But go ahead. Sorry, Karis, we derailed.
No, you added to it. Mostly just to close my TEDx talk, as I'm jokingly going to start calling them now. I've called out over a year ago that you're going to start seeing people beating around the bush saying, oh, there's a problem in the games industry. There's a problem in the games industry. And those of us who are analysts who can follow patterns and we can see the numbers and everything, there is a problem in the games industry. But it's not for you and I. It's not for the consumer. The problem that's being talked about is in the AAA sphere because they're losing, unfortunately. Why are they losing? I don't need to mention that. We've talked about that ad nauseum. We talked about it at the point where I can vomit out my eyes, probably. But for John Romero, who started as an indie developer, presumably, and now they're speaking, like, there's some shade being thrown at the B tiers and the indie developers. It's like, okay, I see what you're getting at. And yeah, there were indie developers in the 80s, absolutely. It didn't really, no one really saw them as the games that were quote unquote like shit. Like, I bring up Bad City Brawler as an example because it was kind of garbage. You didn't really look at it as like AAA or indie or not because it was on a cartridge. It was all in the same thing. It was kind of like an assembly line. You got it on a cartridge, it worked or it didn't work. That's pretty much how it was. Now there's so much gray zone based on graphics, engine controls, and everything that now it's almost like people are, like Lavistro mentions, there's tribalism, unfortunately.
Well, there's also something to point out. When you mentioned that the indies and cartridges, I remember this because I learned this in college. I can't remember it very well because it just popped in my head. I hadn't thought about it for a long time. Activision. Remember I said it was the first, it's the oldest third-party developer. They had a lawsuit that they were arguing against with Atari.
Oh?
Yeah. About making games. And they won, obviously. But they started out in a garage, if I remember correctly. They were an indie developer originally. A lot of these companies were indie developers. King Kong, or not? Was it King Kong?
Or the one before
Jumpman. Yeah, right. That I can't remember his name. Rest in peace, the creator of Mario, Legend of Zelda, all that stuff in Nintendo. That was technically an indie developed game. Technically.
Yep.
People don't realize that. It was also the first game with a clear story.
Oh, story in the 1980s for a video game?
The 3 levels and stuff they considered that a story. You had an objective and a story in that game. It was one of the first early examples of a story in gaming history. But every game's a story. Death Race has a story.
Yep.
It's written out when you add the manuals. Just to go off tangent a little bit, if you add the manuals, the art on the cabinets, or even the art on the cover and this, the back of the box, all that tells you a story of what the game's about, right? That's your game's story. Every game has a story. This is what made it. This is what people started realizing, that games can be art, and what helped games grow into this phenomenon.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just read that he died.
Yeah, like weeks ago.
Someone else.
The creator of
Legend of Zelda.
Yeah, like
2 someone saying he's still alive.
What? Miyamoto's alive?
It must have been someone different then.
Yeah, I must have gotten mixed with someone different. Yeah, I thought someone else died. Oh well, so many base devs in Japan that I grew up playing their games that I get some mixed up. But yeah, but one thing I want to point out that you're saying here is or this article points out, is that John Romero pointed to Battlefield 6 as an example of dire state of the industry, telling games industry, I don't understand what that's all about. He pointed to high sales of the latest EA shooter and the layouts following his substantial success.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's attacking indies.
I think he's attacking the corporations that, like, you know, they're just only seeking profits, like, you know, and just like, you know, like they, even with the astronomical amount of sales, they still laid off the team.
And that part, yeah. And that's one of the bullet points that I pointed out, which is, you know, AAA games shifted to project oriented, which they're treating them like film production. And just once they're done, and it's, I will agree that it's not attacking indies. It's pretty, I don't know if it's tone deaf. It's shocking that John Romero can't think about, like, he doesn't understand why that's happening. It's like, John, you're in the fucking industry. Think about what's going on. Like, look at the evidence. They don't want to keep these people on anymore. They're just.
I think he's. I don't know the right word for it, but I think he's saying I don't understand why he's pointing to all of the high sales from the shooter and the layout. He's like, why are you making all these sales, but you're having all these layouts? I don't understand that. And I don't think he means like literally he doesn't understand. I think he's saying why. Like, you get what I'm saying now? I don't know how I'm trying to
A little
say
bit.
it.
I know what John would expect. Like, you have all these sales, you should be able to keep the devs on.
Yes.
Oh, yes. They were keeping the devs on for years. But somewhere, I'm like, all these people have to talk. All these executives, be it EA, DICE, Activision, Blizzard, they all fucking meet up and give a giant ass circle jerk once a year at some CEO conference or whatnot where they exchange information. Because this shit happens in retail. Camelot talked about it with GameStop. Like, it takes one person to plant a seed that says, what if we just like got rid of 90% of all of our people? And it just spreads like wildfire. It probably something like that happened. Mm-hmm. Whereas, that breaks the mold of, oh, well, we have 101 developers, these people that build, we're going to keep them on. Not anymore, because executives are like, we can just get rid of them and save money.
It's funny because, as all the virtue signaling around AI, all these companies are secretly, and some of them not so secretly, racing to get their hands on that technology so they can hire as few people as possible.
Yep.
That's always been a thing. Actually, unless you have something more to add, I think it's a great segue to the next topic.
Get right on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Alan. I think I confused him with someone else.
There was someone who did die recently. That recently passed.
Yeah,
the guy who one of the big directors of one of the people behind Castlevania died recently.
Yeah,
but it was a couple of months ago recently.
Yeah, okay. I probably got their names mixed up, which does happen. But speaking of layoffs and wanting more money, well, we get to make fun of Epic Games because Valve put a new one. So this is a 2-for article. This is a 2-for article to let people know what's going on. All right. So Epic Games lays off 1,000 employees. We're spending significantly more than we're making. That's on him. I'm going to just say that right now. That's on Tim. I'm sorry. I'm not going to defend you there. Epic Games has laid off 1,000 employees. Tim Sweeney says the company's still spending significantly more than making as a result of the ongoing slump in Fortnite engagement. All right. Remember that ongoing slump in Fortnite engagement. So remember, all these people were trying to make Fortnite, the next Fortnite. What we're going to learn here is it's been on a slump. Not many people are playing Fortnite, which explains the gambling mechanics they added into it recently and all that stuff. Excuse me. Which has began in 2025, which has necessitated major cuts to keep the company funded. Sweeney has said some of the problems facing Epic are the endemic that the games industry, such as current consoles selling less than last generations. Well, to be fair, if you weren't selling your consoles at $1,000 a pop, people would buy it. They're not going to use your credit card just to buy a console. I'm sorry, that's just not going to be. That's just prove me wrong. Other than the others that are unique to Epic, despite Fortnite remaining one of the most successful games in the world, that's what he says. But he just said, ongoing slump in Fortnite, right?
Mm-hmm.
We've had challenges delivering consistent Fortnite magic with every season. He also referenced Epic's year-long legal dispute with Apple and Google. I covered that. And it was over, ironically, Fortnite. Resulted in victory for Epic, but only after a drawn-out and very expensive process. We're only in the early stages of returning to mobile and optimizing Fortnite for the world's billions of smartphones. And in being the industry vanguard, we had taken a lot of bullets in a battle, which is only the early days paying off for ourselves and all developers. He's also saying the layoffs aren't related to AI. Okay, that's what he's saying, despite defending AI in games. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, didn't they literally have an interactive James Earl Jones that you could talk to and shout memes? That shit was great.
It blew up in their face because people started telling Darth to say some nasty stuff.
And if you work with if you have a company and you're especially a game development company and you're making games out there, that tells me you didn't do the market research on your customers, because anyone would tell you, even a game journalist will tell you, gamers will fucking do this to you.
Well, these are the same people that threw tomatoes and emotes during like a like Martin Luther King memorial, like some like social activist thing that they had in game, and then when they did the Holocaust museum, like they had all emotes disabled.
Because when gamers want to react to something or do something just because, they will do it.
Also, because it's Fortnite, and Fortnite gives you all those wacky tools to just like be goofy and shit. Like you can
going off what you said, just to segue for a little bit here. You know how games can constantly update things, right?
Yeah.
And you know how Nazim is a Red Guard, and he always asks you if you go to Cloud District very awesome that there's so many memes of him getting annihilated by players, right? Yet Bethesda never, despite their DEI initiatives of diversity, equity, inclusion, has never came out and changed Nazim so you won't be attacking a Red Guard or a person of color.
Who's Nazim? It's a Skyrim reference.
Yeah. Have you visited Cloud District very often? You remember that?
Okay. Okay. I don't, because the thing is, I barely played it. I always I've never done a full run.
Just look up. I'll type it in because I know you're probably on your phone scrolling.
No, I'm not on my phone right now.
I'm giving you shit. I just typed his name in there. Just look up Nazim and Skyrim, and you'll see it. Okay, this is because that's what I don't want to switch the things up to show you.
Yeah,
because the next article is really long. But market conditions are now the most extreme we've ever seen. So there's your nod to video game crashes. Since the early days of Epic was founded in 1991, Epic Games Sweeney wrote. But there's also massive opportunity for, this is the part that set off some people. Massive opportunity for the companies that come out as winners. No, that's not the one. On the other side. So let's come over after 2 years after Epic laid off more than 800 employees for essentially, it's September 2023. So the layoffs September 20 for essentially the same reason. We've been spending way too much money than we earn.
Yeah, you pay people, you pay for free games, you pay to publish other people's games so that people can't buy it. Like freaking Alan Wake 2 and all the lost sales it could have gotten from Steam. And oh, look at that. Control Resonance is now on Steam.
Yep. But he said in October that Epic was financially sound after the previous year, rebuilding and really executing solid on all fronts. It also follows just 2 weeks after Epic raised the price of Fortnite V-Bucks, saying the cost of running Fortnite has gone up a lot. Okay, so I think in the beginning when Fortnite came out, it was latest craze with Gen Alpha and Gen Z. You could arguably say that, yes, it was able to be funded, but a lot of people aren't enjoying the game now. It's a mech game. And Karis has sent me a link that I'm going to show. I haven't read it yet. I just saw it. But it's the Fortnite Statistics 2026. So let's get some context here. Thank you on this one, Karis.
There's really two pieces of information. If you scroll down to the revenue, millions of dollars, November 2018 versus December 2025. Those two numbers speak volumes in the
okay. Am I right? Interest. Am I in the right plot here?
Let's see here. No, that's peak users. Okay, we want to scroll down to where
just the COVID bubble
statistics. Oh, here we go. All right.
Not quite. A little more. A little more.
A little more.
Scroll down a little more. Revenue. There we go. So you look at November 2018, 26 million in revenue versus December 25, 2 million in revenue. That's a big drop. That's a big ass drop. That's like, I don't care what Tim says. He can say, "Oh, we're financially sound." Bull fucking shit. Your numbers do not lie. You have been spending a lot more, but you were hoping that you could make up for it by just giving shit away. People either don't have money or they're not interested in your stuff anymore. It's why Destiny is dropping. You can come out with all the new stuff that you want. Everyone's played Fortnite. I've played Fortnite. I don't care about it anymore.
I played it for like 3 hours. That's it.
I'm not like a regular player. Like I'll admit, those Game of Thrones skins, I impulse bought the bundles to just get all of it, just because, just fan thing. But did I go and play a match? No. And will I do that for anything else? Probably not.
Well, see, what's funny about Fortnite is when it came out, people were calling it the Evertree game, like the game that will always run forever, because it seemed to just grow in popularity. This is why after Fortnite came out, everyone tried to make a Fortnite clone. This is why all the live
streams. The same thing with the Angry Birds, and now they're stuck in Sonic the Hedgehog Racing.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I think they have a third movie coming out, but nobody plays the freaking game. Like Angry Birds 2. When was the last time any of you played that?
In the army.
I didn't know it was a thing, actually.
Oh yeah, there's an Angry Birds 2. There's an Angry Birds 2. It's free to play.
2. Oh, 2? No, I thought you were talking about the movie. I played the game. Angry Birds. I played the original Angry Birds and Angry Birds Star Wars when I was in the army.
Oh man, Angry Birds Star Wars is the shit.
But I played that when I was waiting for formation. So I'd be in my car, just swiping on my phone with the Angry Birds, because it's that hurry up and wait mentality. You hurry up, you wait. But we were waiting in our cars because there was nothing to do. And we can't really do anything. Unlike a company where you can have the initiative and do something, we can't really, if we try to take initiative and like clean our TA-50 our gear, right? Or go do something else, and it wasn't approved by command, we're in trouble. But if we sit around acting clueless, waiting for something to do, we're in trouble. So what we did is we would hide in our cars when there was stuff going on until our commanding sergeant, our officer or sergeant, called us up for formation or told us we need to do something. And we would just sit in our cars just playing Angry Birds. Yeah, I kid you not. That's literally what we do. But that's they call that the evergreen content, even with Angry Birds, because of the success. But the problem is, and remember I was foreshadowing this a lot, right? The problem is that number one, when it's corporations, and this goes outside of gaming industry, you're a corporate slave. You're dead inside all the time, right? You don't have it. You don't have any sense of ownership in your company. You have no sense of, I made this company what it is. Right. Yeah, you may not own the company, but you have that passion, that drive, that motivation to keep going to where you feel like what you did was a valuable part of contribution to the company, that if you left, the company would fall apart. And maybe it would have a problem recovering because you left, true, but you had a real drive for that, right?
Yeah.
But there's also no innovation. When was the last? I don't think Epic Games came out with another game after Fortnite. But what did we see with Crimson Desert? $250 million. I say a potential $250 million in sales in 5 days. Right, could have happened. It's almost in 5 million copies right now, and they're saying they're focusing on their next game. Right, so they're always innovating. Right, despite the checkered history they have. But a Valve veteran has slammed Tim Sweeney and tore Epic Games a new one for laying off 1,000 people while making as much money as possible. And hey, Tim, Gabe's better at it than you. He continues off, because this is one reason I want to cover this, because I kept saying this for over a year, that if you work in the game industry, you have to have passion. You have to have strong work ethics. He goes, I worked my ass off at Valve, and I could retire today. I made more money than I'll ever make. right?
That's quite a state. I know who made this big statement too. Unfortunately, it's the guy that I don't like. But it's like I can't disagree with him.
Yeah. I mean, like, there all can be times where there's going to be people that we don't agree with. But when they make a valid point, I think it's fair to acknowledge that's a valid point. You know, that's what separates us from the tribes. Former Valve writer Chet Folisick, is that probably the guy you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. Who left the company in 2017 and whose credits include Half-Life 2 episodes, Portal, Team Fortress 2, Left 4 Dead, and Counter-Strike Global Offensive, has taken aim at Epic over the latest round of swinging layoffs imposed by the company. Over 1,000 jobs that we talked about, right? And he goes, Can someone explain to me on TikTok why anybody who works at Epic should work hard? Because Epic just laid off 1,000 people. And it's going to shut down Fortnite Rocket Racing, Ballistic, and Festival Battle Stage, whatever that is. Who knows?
Yeah, I can't believe they added all these new items for these new modes, and now all of them are going to be useless.
Yeah,
because they're trying to keep Fortnite relevant. They're trying to keep people in there. They're just
But
adding
yeah,
more
like
content.
I thought, like they overexpanded it. Obviously, like they made all these other modes that like are just like side to the main one. And honestly, I kind of did like Rocket Racing. It was frustrating, but like it was a good way to grind XP.
Mm-hmm. But they're saying it's not like they're a publicly traded company. It's not like there's some need to hit the stock market thing. This is Tim Sweeney. This is Tim. 1,000 people is more than a number who work at Valve. I researched this a while back on one of my other videos, but this is back when the New York attorney was attacking Valve. But I found out that there's roughly around 400 people who work at Valve.
Yeah, it's small.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like it's called efficiency. It's called efficiency. And the fact that they are a private owned company is you notice like, when you get like Lariat, privately owned company, it's fucking amazing. Like Valve, privately owned company, it's amazing. X, privately owned company.
Yeah.
Like it seems just like privately owned is just produces better.
You're not thinking about, to quote or to misquote the Incredibles movie. We got to think about our shareholders, Bob. You don't have to think about your shareholders if you're the boss, and you don't have to answer to anybody. You can say, fuck you, either buy my product or go away. I mean, just being honest, that's literally what you can say. But continuing on, and so Tim has gone from making games to making one game, spending all his time doing that and trying to make as much money as possible. Well, remember what I said about innovation? In gaming, you have to be an innovator. As much as I might disagree with on some things like Kara says, I have been saying this. You have to be innovative, and he says this. Now, I've said this for the past year since we've been doing DragonCast. This guy's a veteran who's telling you the same thing I'm saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to say...
No.
No. Talk about veteran of the industry.
Okay.
Falasek is a veteran of the industry. He's worked on Left 4 Dead and all these other games, right? So he's saying this, right? And I've been saying it for the past year. And I was just a freelancer with not as much experience. I didn't work on AAA titles. I worked on indie games and air quotes games that were training simulators for companies. So I didn't get to work on the fun games, but I did work on some games that did launch, which I won't say my name on that one or to what game, because then people are going to try to figure out a pattern and then figure out who the Bistro really is, and I don't want that. But he goes, and I guess, well, hey, Tim, Gabe's better at it than you. I love that, Burn. I don't know what to tell you, man, because you stopped caring about making things. And that's the thing, because when, like I said, in 2018, right, he made the Epic Game Store to compete with Valve. He has constantly attacked Valve to try and make a feud. Like, people actually believe there's a feud. But when you look at it, Tim is always the one taking pot shots at Valve, and Valve rarely even pays attention to him, which pisses him off even more.
Nope. Like, in fact, all Gabe had to do was wait, and all the people that signed Epic exclusive deals, except for Alan Wake, because Epic funded it, and so they're literally keeping that game off of Steam.
Yep. There's really not much for Steam to offer, and that's why I tell people like, yeah, I don't think GOG's gonna shoot up to the moon real fast, right? Because I've looked at the competition between Epic and Valve, which is no contest, right? But
people appreciate what they do.
Yeah, hold on. But GOG, right, offers one thing that Valve does not: DRM-free games. So that's going to keep them in the black. People are still going to use Steam, right? Because that's where their accounts are and everything else. They don't want to pay for the same product that they have somewhere else on another platform. Unless that platform is leaving, or unless there's a deal to transfer the license to GOG, right? So they can play it interchangeably, right? There's no way they're going to go move to GOG. But GOG having DRM-free copies of games is what's keeping them in the black. And that's what makes them successful. And I would dare say, and I don't have the numbers to prove it, this is my personal opinion, I dare say it's making GOG more famous than Epic Games. When was the last time we heard about something happening on Epic Games? On Epic's Game Store? Compared to GOG.
We only ever hear about Epic Games when Tim Sweeney opens his mouth.
I was just going to say, like, the only time when Timmy says words is when we talk about it.
I only made one video about Epic Games and Tim Sweeney, and that's when he accidentally slipped that we own our games because he had a melting belt over the UK lawsuit.
I downloaded the Switch 2 version of Fortnite just so I didn't have to re-download the launcher.
But what my point is, right, is like no one talks about him. Pirate Nation doesn't talk about him much unless he does something controversial, right? But there's no updated sales like announcements on I see it coming on X. There's none of that. And he wants to argue that's because Steam has a monopoly. Then why do I see things about GOG? Every now and then we at Dragon Bytes we cover news about GOG, right?
GOG is the reason we got the classic Resident Evil games back.
Yeah.
Yes.
GOG is becoming more successful than Epic Games. Tim, if I don't think you're watching this because I'm a nobody and you don't like people that don't lick your boot and suck your ass and all that other stuff. But if you do watch this, let that sink in. GOG, which I don't think was as long, has a longevity as a company compared to Epic Game Store. I'm not sure. I got to go back and check all that.
I think they were around before Epic.
Yeah, but they're still more successful than at selling games, used games like previous titles, nothing new, past titles. They're selling past titles, and they don't have a game engine, and they're more successful than you, and they don't offer a free game a month.
Yeah, GOG is, I think, one of the few sites where you can actually download the old Wing Commander games, which was like a legendary game franchise. I know I tried playing the first one.
Which Mark Hamill voice acted on.
Yep. Not just voice acted. He was a live action actor in those games.
He was a character. Yeah.
Yep. Oh, he's quite the character, that's for sure.
Well, that's old Mark.
Granddaughter.
That's just oh shit.
Hey,
went there.
To be fair, I used to idolize Luke Skywalker. I still do. I just hate the actor.
Mark Hamill's a fucking prick. I mean, I think we've all lost a lot of respect for Mark with just it's not even just his politics, it's just him being kind of a bitch.
But anyways, moving on, it's worth bearing in mind that Faustick may feel a little protective towards his former boss because Sweeney's never been shy of picking a fight. In 2015, Valve CEO internally replied to Newell about a Sweeney rant, simply saying, "You mad, bro?" That has become the famous troll. That's where the famous troll question comes from. People don't realize it, but that's where it's from. It's from that specific reference.
You mad, bro?
The troll reference. You mad, bro? Since the launch of Epic Game Store, what we mentioned before, Sweeney has heavily criticized the cut of Steam sales Valve takes, 20 to 30% today, arguing that it's a bad deal for developers that's hurting PC gaming. You just make one game, continues Falsing. If you work there, maybe you really love that game. but how do you have any agency? How do you have any ownership when you're just going to get laid off like this? When I worked at Valve, I owned Valve, says Valsic. It was my company. I don't know if you know that, and some people may laugh about this. Now, here's what I'm going to point out, right? I'm going to come back to this, but I'm going to point out the next part here. Is how disingenuous the journalist. Either he doesn't understand the concept and value of hard work, or he's being disingenuous, because he says it's not 100% clear what Valsic meant here, because Valve remains a private company, though that, of course, doesn't preclude employees from being given a slice. But it seems more likely, based on what he goes on to discuss, Valsic means something more of a tangible kind of ownership. Okay, so he does cover it. All right, so I skimmed through this before we covered it. But yes, when you work hard for a company, right, when you actually give a shit about your job, you're gonna see, even though you don't own it, maybe you don't even own stocks in it, right? But you look forward to every day going to your job, right? And this is foreshadowing for something that's coming up later. But when you care about your company, you're gonna see it as your company. It's like, that's my job, that's my company. It's called company loyalty, right? You're loyal to the company you work for, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they take care of you, and in doing so, they you make sure you give your best work. That's one of the reasons that Valve does so well. Is they have 400 employees, but you don't hear anything about crunch time. Granted, they haven't made any game recently that I can think of, but they run they run a successful business selling games up for PC for over 20 years. And a lot of their games are still being played today. I still see people playing Counter-Strike. I still see people talking about Dota, all that stuff, right? They're still playing that game. All Gabe has to do now is sit down and collect the money, right? He doesn't have to do anything. What is he doing now? He has the Steam Deck, a portable, right? He has the Gabe Cube coming out, and there's rumors that another Valve game is coming out. Don't get excited, Karis. I'm sorry.
No.
The rumors I'm hearing about is not Half-Life 3.
Oh, I've mentioned several times, I will only believe that when I see a trailer and a price tag. Until then, it's all bullshit to me. But continue.
Yeah. But yeah. So now we're going to the foreshadowing on it. I don't get why you removed the agency of the company for people. Like, why would you care? Why would you think that your hard work is going to be rewarded? I worked my ass off at Valve. Remember what I said? When you work hard, and I cared much about the things I've made, and I care about the people I worked with so much. If I'm at work, I want to go home. I want to be with my family. I'm pretty sure that Karis, when he's at work, he wants to be with Hotaru. I'm pretty sure he doesn't. When he's at work here, he doesn't want to be here. He wants to be with Hotaru. I'm pretty sure, 100% sure. But I'm also sure that just like here, if I'm at work, I'm going to work my ass off, so the time away is worth it. So when Karis is here at DragonCast, he's going to work his ass off, make sure that his time away from Hotaru is worth it. When he's over at actual work he gets actually paid for, he's going to make sure that his time away from Hotaru is worth it. And I've just always worked that way. It's not to say that it's always better, and I think sometimes it's problematic, and I wish I could just kind of chill out like some people do, but I also work my ass off. So we're talking about work ethics. You gotta care about the company, and you gotta have strong work ethics. You gotta have passion for the game, and you gotta have strong work ethics. Those are things I've mentioned many, many times as what would help you succeed in game design. What would I do at Epic if they're going to just treat me like that and just have layoffs like that and just act the same way as EA? Like, hey, great job, made Battlefield 6. We just run Call of Duty. Here's a pink slip.
Yep.
That was a perfect roast right there.
Yep.
Bell6 says it infuriating to see lazy dev complaints when companies like Epic just cut them off at the knees, man. He suggests looking at documentary about Half-Life and Valve and how many people still work there after all those years. If I remember correctly, a lot of those veterans are still at Valve. If I remember correctly. I can't.
A lot of them still are. David Sawyer and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. And it turns out the salary was good, very good. They cared so much about what they are making that they're still there and they're all rewarded handsomely. Says Foslick. To be clear, I could retire. I worked my ass off at Valve and I could retire today. I made more money than I'll ever make, and the money I made is dwarfed by the people who were there longer than me or before me. But Valve understood that. That's why you get this thing where people cared, people worked hard, people stayed because they felt like they were improving. Remember I said, Valve is the least corporation. This does not sound like a corporation, what he's describing. These people don't sound like they're dead inside, and he's a former employee of Valve. What they were building on was something that they hoped that they had agency over and owned. Like even now, I'm excited when I see Valve announcement about the VR stuff and everything. That makes me happy. Would you be that way about Epic now? Everybody I know at Epic that was like the Epic guy that had been there forever is gone. I mean, maybe there's still some people there besides Tim, but people that I liked and trusted, they're gone. How do you build on that? I mean, Tim, and you know what? That's funny. I want to stop here real quick. Was it 2024 Game Awards when they came out with the Heretic Prophecy thing? They said from the makers of this game, from the makers of that game, right?
Yeah,
I will say Hypnotic said it. I think Bear Dark points this out. A lot of content creators points out. They said this, but the people that built those games are gone. Yep. The people that cared about those games are gone.
Yeah, it's all Neil. It's all Neil, and he has full control over that studio, and he will not make a game like Jack and Daxter, because Jack and Daxter, like you play the second game, it has some dirty jokes in it.
Mm-hmm. Well, not just that. I'm saying, not just O'Neill. I'm talking. We see this a lot in other AAA companies that care. Like this goes back to what Kier's talking about the AAA crash. It's like it's not going to be a video game crash. It's going to be a AAA crash.
Well, it's like
all right,
companies. I mean, this is kind of like what I was saying about like hating the old audience and wanting the modern audience, trying to like shed off those like old fans. It's because like a lot of these companies, they want to they want the success that the legacy brought them, but they don't want to
earn it,
continue that legacy, or like honor that legacy.
Yeah, they don't want to continue it. They don't want to continue earning it either. Remember what I said, right, a while back? You gotta have passion, you gotta work, but you gotta earn it, right? These like characters said, like these companies were failing. It's because they don't have passion for the games they're making. They want to when you got corporate mind, when you got corporate brain rot, you just want to make a quick slot. The people there are just hurrying up because they go there like, I'm going to make a game and I'm going to make a statement about this. And I'm going to change the world through the games I make. Right? I've actually heard that in college. And when people ask me about I want to be a game star, it's like, well, when I was a kid, I played video games and I was not a very social kid. And so my mom got me this video Game Boy. It was Legend of Zelda, and it had a left-handed character, and I played that. And it helped me overcome my issues in real life, that it became my stress release. And I kept going and going and going and going. That when I had PTSD, games had helped me recuperate. And I want to give back into an industry that gave so much to me. No one else had a similar mindset of I have a passion for games. It was I want to change the world. And when they go into corporations, right, because it's where the big bucks are, right? When you go to corporations, they die inside. They think they're going to make their millions. They don't do that. Yes, they get to preach their thing, but then they get shit on by the customers. And so that happens. The crunch culture may or may not be a problem, because there is problems with crunch culture, but not every crunch culture is crunch culture. We're also learning. Sometimes it's just a little bit of overtime. They said this is crunch culture because they want to be off at 5, right? They don't have passion. We're talking about Valve, where they might have some crunch culture, right? Some overtime, but they didn't see it like that. They saw it as, I care about my game and I'm going to work long hours to make this game. And when you have a company that rewards you for that mentality rather than berates you, you want to keep going and working for them, is what he's saying. But continuing on, I mean, Tim, you're the one who decided to buy Bandcamp. I get what you're trying to do, but come on, man. You raise V-Buck prices to make ends meet, and now you're going to lay off 1,000 people and wonder why the industry's in the place that it is?
Can I just make a point real quick? This is a man who is bitching, not Chet, Tim.
Yeah.
Is a man who's bitching that he's not getting anywhere in life while being worth an estimated $9.6 billion. Cry me a fucking river.
He's jealous of Valve and is trying to be Valve because Gabe doesn't have to do shit. But the thing is Gabe doesn't have to do shit, but he's doing shit.
Gabe started at the bottom, making games, actually being a gamer himself.
Yeah.
People memed his little hey, welcome to Team Fortress 2. After 9 years of development, hopefully it's been worth the wait. People still quote that.
They do.
Yeah, I know.
I remember that. I fucking remember that.
Yeah, he's always Steam has its issues and questionabilities, but people have always attacked Steam and Valve and Gabe, but he's always found a way to rise up on top, and he's always been transparent with people. Like when he did, for example, to be fair on his side, especially I disagree with his methods on August about the payment processors. He literally threw them under the bus. Like, we have to make this rule because the banks are telling us to do this.
Yep.
And the banks were like, "Oh no, we didn't do it." Like they were panicking, and instead of they kept it, because the payment processor didn't stop it. But the beautiful thing is that they said, "Yeah, we had to, no other company." They're like, "Yeah, PayPal and Visa is making us do this, but we wouldn't have done it if they didn't force us to do this."
Oh, and look what's happening now. Like the Trade Commission in the
we're going to cover that. We're going to cover that. That's why I'm trying to.
Yeah, I might be dipping out a little bit if you don't mind, just because it is getting long. But
yeah, if you give me a moment, we'll wrap this up. Give our final thoughts. But I'll try to speed read it, and then I'll let you. I see your thing right now, so yeah, I will do that for you. You circle back to the idea that opinions, layouts, to dispose application staff are just going to clock in. Not that this is likely to be an issue after a particular TikTok, but yes, I'm sure as hell wouldn't go work at a place I didn't think respected me and wouldn't reward that. Then he draws a line between this latest round of layoffs and the wider industry picture. What we're doing here to the industry now and the seniority, we're losing the care, we're losing the passion.
Yes,
that's what I'll put out. It's like when I saw this, I felt vindicated when I read this part. We're losing the care, we're losing the passion. I was like, I fucking said it for a year.
Well, I'll tell you what the cartoon gentleman says about passion. Those with passion get taken out first. Basically they don't want anyone with passion working on projects. I don't know where he gets this, but that's his opinion on things. He says it with TV, and he says that's why Henry Cavill keeps losing his jobs, because he has too much passion.
He's British. You gotta understand. To be fair, especially love the guy, right? And I'll always defend him whenever he needs help. I'll always stand up with him, right? But to be fair, he's British. They're used to having a king tell them what to think and do, or a queen. They're not American, where we can say, you try to come after this, you better come and take it, because you better think twice about it.
Yep.
We're more independent thinking. We're more rebellious, which that means our passion drives us. To be fair, our passion for freedom made us beat their asses, which is why they still can't understand that to this day. So that's why I'm understanding. That's why I'm more understanding of the British, especially distinguished gentlemen. But at the same time, so I know why I don't get mad when he says, "Oh, it's because they have passion, they're going to lose, and they fail." No, that's not always the case. But anyways, that just freaks me out, man. I guess if you are of my mindset, that's why you would do your own thing. But I would rather take care of people, reward them, show them that their hard work counts, and they invest and work hard. Now, what's funny is my pawpaw, God rest his soul, right? He told me about when he worked at this oil company, right? He worked there. He was loyal to. He's been working at this oil company after he left the Marine Corps. So we're talking about the 50s, right?
Oh wow.
So right after he left the Marine Corps, he went to work for this oil company. He got a company car. They got him his first house with his wife and my mom, because my mom's the firstborn, right? And a company car after a certain amount of years of work. They don't. Corporations don't do that no more.
Nope.
And when he retired, he got a watch, his retirement watch, and he still owns stock. He still owns stock with them, and he worked hard. Like, I remember my papa would pick me up after school, right, and drive me around. This is when he was in our area. Like, he traveled all over, even at 50 some years of age, he was still traveling and working with this company. And he would go to oil derricks. I would get to go see those oil derricks, those ones that go pumping up and down, right? Not the big oil towers, the little weird, I can't remember what they're called. But I got to see those firsthand. He had worked with that company for so freaking long that he didn't stop wearing his old coveralls until 5 years before he passed away. He was so used to wearing them, and he was so passionate about that company. They don't do that no more. But imagine if corporations did start doing that like they used to. This is what made America great. This is why corporations were so rampant, and like even Henry Ford did that with his company. The 90-day work, the 40-hour work week, right? Was it 40-hour?
Yeah.
Yeah, the 40-hour work week. A lot of things that are now federal laws, Henry Ford was doing before the laws came out. Henry would actually take care of his own company, his own people.
Against his investors. And the investors took him to court. He wanted to do like the $5 an hour or something. Mm-hmm. And he made this big old speech about it. And the investors were like, no, go fuck yourself. And they took him to court. And I think they lost. I don't recall the outcome.
I think they did lose.
It was a big deal that was like, Henry wanted to take care of his people, and the investors did not. That was
because
the first
he
big
did
separation.
That, another thing I'm putting is another thing. When he did that, before the New Deal came around, the New Deal tried to take the credit for this. But one thing you learn in history, because Henry Ford's actions and other corporations started noticing how his treatment of his employees increased his profitability, they started implementing the same policies at their corporations and companies, at their factories and stuff, which changed the way American business was done. Because if you remember, factory workers would lose their limbs. It was a horrible job. You know, there was no OSHA, no nothing. But when Henry Ford came in, before OSHA, all these other things came around, Henry Ford had laid the foundation, and the government's New Deal was just late to the party. That's one thing you'll find out in history. Is that people were already doing it. They were already doing that mentality. So when the government says, "Yeah, we made the New Deal," like, well, you made that after people are already changing their work habits and business practices. So can you really take credit for that?
Yeah.
But anyways, I thought this was interesting because this vindicated everything I was saying for a year about you need passion and stuff. And it shows the difference between Epic and Valve. But also, while Valve is not really... Valve doesn't... The beauty about Valve is that their response to Epic is always shows its prices and it works. They don't get into the drama. They ignore Tim every time, which just pisses him off, makes him do a melty melt, which is great content for us. I won't lie. But
yeah.
Then we have a Valve, like, this isn't someone who's still works at Valve, if I understand. I think he left. I think he said he left the company.
Yeah, he wouldn't have said this if he were still with the company, I don't think.
No, I think he's former Valve writer, so he's not there no more. Who left the company in 2017. So yeah, he doesn't work. This guy doesn't work here no more. But he's still coming after Tim Sweeney in defense of Valve. All right. That's company loyalty. And most of us are like, why would you defend a company? Which he says that too. Like, why would you defend a company to fire you? But he explains why he still loves that company and why he saw that ownership. It was because of his work ethics, his passion, and that the company gave back to him. The company gave shit. That's why Gabe is fat as fuck as he is, even though he's been fat since the early days, but that's why he's able to stay fat. That's why he's got like 500 yachts. That's why he's got all this success. It's because
Yeah, all right.
he has passion for his company and he has passion for his customers. But I'm gonna let y'all give y'all's thoughts out. I think I just admitted I am a game nerd. So I'll let y'all see y'all's thoughts on it.
You want to go first, Dash?
Oh yeah, no, I'm just I'm just kind of checked out right now.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah,
We can move on to the next one then.
No, I'm trying to make my exit.
Yeah,
I'm trying to make my exit. Sorry, it's just
Okay.
getting a little bit draining, but
Yeah. Well, to be fair, Ash's creation is draining. I had to go get a monster after checking on my son.
oh,
Because I'm the host, and yet we still got to cover Epstein.
oh God, oh yeah, that's 5. I am very curious. I'll grok it later.
I will send you my sources to help you out, and you could probably share that on the Old White Road that I noticed you didn't have on Friday.
Yeah, we didn't have enough panelists this Friday.
I would have totally helped you out as an emergency if you would have just asked me.
Oh, I wish I thought to. I'm
Yeah.
glad. I'll know that for the future.
I do like
Thank you.
I do prefer scheduling, but I'm always like, you've helped me out in an emergency. Let's just say this is that I owe you one that you're gonna call in next time. Just remember that I do
Yeah.
owe you one for that.
We just had multiple people that couldn't make it, either due to technical issues, family engagements. Like, you know, it was just like a very like.
That's fair. But yeah, I'll definitely help you out if you wanted to run. You just need someone to help you run things. Yeah, I would definitely totally do that.
Oh,
And
you're
in fact,
the
you'd have
best, man.
you
You're
would have
the
totally had
best.
2 people giving you shit. It would have been the
Oh, it
ultimate
would've been
dash
a
attack
team.
game fantasy. 2 people.
Oh
giving
yeah,
you shit.
I mean, like there's. But the thing is, I have people that are even gayer than me, like on the show, like Damien and.
I started.
What?
Yeah, I was saying I started noticing over the time that it slowly went from a few VR tubers to pretty much just straight up VR tubing on Old Right Road.
Oh yeah, I have a VTuber like bias. Like it's like I'm Indian or something. Like
Yeah. But okay, well, I see you have yours out. So we'll cover your recommended games.
yeah. So I'm not sure. If I
Hold
mentioned-
on. After you say your thing to help me out with the AI thing, just say clip that at the end, so that way they see that. The
Help
AI
me
will-
out.
Yeah,
Mhm.
if you say clip that, right, the AI will try to make it shorter. So it'll help me out because with the clips, the shorts
Okay, so clip that.
at
This
the end of
is-
your thing.
Okay. So this is Breaking Dane. This was announced in the PlayStation Showcase a while back. It's just another strategy RPG. I might have even shown this game once before. I don't know. Worked on a bunch of different Fire Emblem games, working on this game. It's going to be on PS5 and Steam. You know, these games are like crack to me, like strategy RPGs, anime art style. I'm hoping it's going to be good. Lots of Fire Emblem mentioned.
Oh yeah.
And you didn't know that is a Fire Emblem fanatic.
Fire Emblem's what got me addicted to strategy, tactical RPGs.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool.
Yep. I love this. Mature game features characters dressed in somewhat revealing clothing. Sold.
Yep.
All right. Anyways, it was good hanging out with you guys. Great topics. I'm just gonna go rest and chill out. But
Okay.
you take care,
no
and just be careful with the Epstein stuff, you guys.
we dipped into the what the hell was it the other time? Roblox, so we're
Oh,
already
yeah.
in the terrible territory.
Well, Roblox is basically just Epstein Island, anyways.
Yeah.
Dash, actually, can you just out of time? Can you give me Can you stay just for a few more minutes and keep the conversation going so I can give my son his medicine?
Oh, sure thing.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So yeah, that is like absolutely crazy. I can't believe like. So it's only like natural someone would make a Five Nights at Freddy's like Epstein parody.
While that was being talked about, I just went into Steam and I started typing Epstein as a word, and I got like 4 games that were made around the existence of the fucking island. And it's like, some of the descriptions, it's like, these could be interesting stories, but it's like, you almost could say based on a true story kind of bullshit. And it's like, it's kind of uncomfortable. It's not like World War II was a terrible event. You know, the Black Plague was a terrible event, but it was like a grand, almost global thing. Like, this is like mostly one guy controlling a thing. Well, I guess. Yeah, this would be like the equivalent of like a micro Hitler kind of situation. Now that I think about it. Except current day.
Well, I mean, so many people are making like jokes about the whole thing. Hell, even fucking Sonic the Hedgehog like Twitter account made an Epstein joke. I kid you not, that happened. Yeah, let's see if I can pull it up.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah. Here, I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna send it to you. Oh yeah. I'm trying to find. I'm sending it to you through Discord.
All right, I do apologize.
Hey, for some reason, so for some reason, he's not not coming up. But I just wanted to show this one thing, like just to show like I'm not crazy. Hey, for some reason, you're not coming up on Steam. I mean, on Discord. No, Karis isn't. Karis isn't coming up on my Discord. Let's see. I'm hoping.
Interesting.
Yeah, but look what it says. Oh yeah, no, you're still on my friends list. Yeah, but let's see. Do you see? I have it up.
Oh, while we're doing that, Mikey forgot to show his Instagram gaming. He actually sent it to me in the DM.
Oh, okay.
So I'm loading it up right now.
Anyway, I can just send here. I'll link it in the.
Yeah, because I'm not seeing it.
Copy. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. On Discord, I'll post it.
You might
right
want to
here.
stay. You might want to stay for this. You might want to stay for this. Dash.
Yeah. So see, they did something called the Chaotix Files. That was like a podcast series. So to promote it, they. Yeah, he's laughing.
I see it. Sega is finally releasing the files. Oof.
You know, you can't tell me that wasn't intentional.
Oh, it was absolutely intentional. That's good.
See, this is something we could definitely talk about because there's Sonic the video games. So yeah, Dash, great. If you wouldn't mind staying for a little bit, I know I asked.
Okay, yeah, I can stay on for a little bit. Okay, let's do this.
This is the Goon Runes video game recommendation, and when I saw it, I couldn't help but chuckle. So
Does it involve Buddhas?
Mr. Donald, the game of the
Mr.
decade. You're
Donald.
the hero, the hope of gamers in the entire world. Defeat every enemy with your partner and make game dev great again.
Oh, jeez. Yes.
So let's see.
Okay. Oh,
Oh,
turn
wow.
on the volume.
Okay,
Turn
let
on
me
the volume
I'm
for
gonna have to-
We
Crazy people want to ban games. And only one hero can save us. His name is Mr. Donald.
wow. Oh
Defeat all your
wow.
enemies together with your partner, Elon.
Play free demo of Mr. Donald now on Steam and save game dev together with us.
Why does this sound like Amelia?
But yeah, there's a free download.
Oh, it's in
Yeah.
local Chuck Norris. They're adding Chuck Norris to the game.
Jeez.
Yep, he was a Donald Trump
Okay.
supporter.
That's
I'm
going
gonna-
into
I'm gonna-
Twisted
I'm gonna-
Tuesday.
I wish list.
Yeah, you're gonna play on Twisted Tuesday. You definitely need to make
Yeah.
sure I know you're playing this game so I can make time to watch it.
I have 5 games on the list. Yeah, it's going to be an announcement when this goes through.
I guarantee you, when this becomes a YouTube short for recommended games for Mikey Doucette, this is going to be the most disliked YouTube short in my YouTube shorts history, and probably the most commented.
Yes,
Because we don't talk politics, but it is a game, and well, we have yet to see if it's good. It's probably a meme game, but it looks funny as fuck. I'm like, this is gonna be even if it's
It
just a
looks like fun
play.
satire.
Yeah, it looks like a fun playthrough that I don't care your politics. You can't admit that it's making fun of Donald, but at the same time making fun of the whole politics in my opinion.
It's also making fun of Donald Trump supporters that just hold him up on this like pedestal, like we're having him talk to like Gabe and no Doge. Or oh man, this looks great.
Yeah,
no Doge.
And then they had like 64 deported liberals. I'm like, oh, yeah, there you go, supported liberals. I want to see what if this is like a mini game or something. I would totally just make a stream just doing this, just for the fuck of it.
Is there like a tiered set of achievements? Like you go through so many and just keep getting achievements pop up.
Oh man,
on
the
lower
Steam
screen.
trading cards. We need Steam trading cards.
Oh wow! Look, the awards. If you're wondering, this game was definitely not made with USAID money.
Oh shit!
Historically
Thanks,
accurate
Mikey.
Steam community, and it's the game of the week according to IGM.
IGM.
So yeah, I'm definitely gonna give this demo a try. So, but yeah, that's Mikey's game recommendation, and people are streaming it, so you know that people are actually taking this seriously.
Nice.
So yeah, but yeah, that was his thing. Dash, thanks again, man, for coming by. Sorry to see
you're
you
welcome.
go. Thanks for recovering for a little bit, and I told you would enjoy this.
Oh yeah, I'm glad I stayed. Oh, is that Vance? Is that Vance? Oh,
A game about Donald
I was going
and
back
Elon.
again, but yeah.
all right.
So yeah, we're gonna go on and continue.
All
on.
right, you
We
take
just
care,
have
guys.
Topics. Yep.
See you, Dash.
We just have 2 topics to cover left. I did say this was going to be a jam-packed episode, but we're just going to do I got the letter, and I'm going to show the article to give people the gist of it. We're going to cover the FTC. So this is from Yahoo Finance. Remember, Karis, the source I had, right? I'm not sharing that source on here because it's from a company that covers the adult entertainment industry news.
Okay.
So I didn't want to show that for YouTube. Plus, people would say like, "Oh, that's got to be fake, whatever," right? But
Yeah.
like I said, I'm going to verify everything. I did verify everything, and I found a better source: Yahoo Finance. There was a Bloomberg report. But I don't have an account, and I won't make an account, so I couldn't share the article with everybody there. So, FTC warns PayPal, Visa, MasterCard, and Stripe against deep banking after Trump's executive order. I did make a video about this in August, well, we did cover it earlier with Dragon Bytes that subscribers are even told Visa to go fuck off, amongst other things, right?
Mhm.
We're not gonna cover too much on this because we're gonna read the letter, right? Just gonna scroll down for people who want to see it. But we're gonna read the letter instead, especially for brevity and how long we've been doing this. Because, like I said, this is gonna be one of those rare long episodes. So the FTC chairman Andrew and Ferguson issues warning letters to CEOs of PayPal, Stripe, Visa, and MasterCard about debanking American consumers. You know, when Gabe didn't listen to the International Council of Karens in Australia, what did they do?
They went above them.
They went to the CEOs of PayPal, Stripe, Visa, and MasterCard, right?
Yep.
And now the a federal organization, the FTC, won't let me be, according to MMM, right? To the CEOs of PayPal, Stripe, Visa, MasterCard as well. So, are they going to listen? Is my question. Are they going to listen to them and stop doing this shit? Are we going to get our games back the way we want them? Is Steam going to be able to do what it needs to do? Because if people don't realize, especially with Visa, MasterCard, they literally run the market in Japan. Like if people don't realize this, they have inspectors that will go on site to mom and pop shops and make sure they don't have they don't have a cash option or have rival credit cards in their stores. If you don't play ball with them in the Korean government, they have a report card of the parties and politicians to give you an idea of the best politician you should vote for. Sounds similar to what we have here, right? With people endorsing, politicians, but here they're using their money, because they control the market in Japan. And Japan has tried at times, I covered in the video, Japan has tried at times to tell them to stop, and the UN has told them in the past to stand down. That's how much power Visa, MasterCard has, which is why I'm always... I don't like the banks, but I'm not going to say... I'm not going to go...
diplomatic way of putting it.
Yeah. But at the same time, I'm not one of those people that thinks that a JOO controls all the banks. I'm not one of those types. I just don't like banks. And at the same time, it's because, well, banks have stopped becoming about the customer. They answer to other agencies. But the Federal Trade Commission had sent letters today to 4 major financial infrastructure platforms and payment providers, reminding them of their obligations to their customers under the FTC Act. Obligations to customers. The letters issued to CEOs of PayPal, Stripe, Visa, MasterCard raised concerns about publicly reported examples of financial services companies denying their customers access to services due to their political or religious views. Full participation in commerce and public life necessary requirements that law-abiding individuals can access and freely participate in our financial system, Chairman Ferguson wrote. It is inconsistent with American values to deny law-abiding individuals the ability to run their legitimate businesses, legal businesses legal under the Constitution of the United States. Okay, for more context. So if it's legit, it means it's protected under the Constitution, which is the law of the land, and feed their families because they attract the ire of rogue American officials, overzealous activists, or, more warningly, foreign governments seeking to control public discourse. While I'm sure this also includes the Council of Karens, collective shout. Man, I must be getting my son's sickness. I didn't mean to cough like that.
You're allergic to the bullshit.
Yeah, he continued. That is why President Trump's August 7th executive order on debanking makes it clear that it is unacceptable to debank law-abiding citizens due to political affiliations, religious beliefs, or lawful business activities. Now, he says law-abiding citizens, which people translate that to customers. But to be fair, when you work for a company like Valve, Steam, and all these other ones, right, are you not a law-abiding citizen?
Yeah.
Putting that out there. The letter warns the companies that any act or practice to deplatform customers or deny them access to financial products or services, or to facilitate such contact by other companies like Steam, Subscribe Star and Itch.io and others, that is inconsistent with their terms of service or a customer's reasonable expectations may violate the FTC Act and could lead to an FTC investigation and potential enforcement action.
I.e., stop breaking the law.
This is like an oh shit moment. All right. Now, I want to say the federal government is slow to do shit, obviously.
Yes.
And there's a question I'm going to say is, will the FTC enforce this? I don't know. We don't cover politics. This is not like, oh, MAGA great and Trump did good, because Trump didn't do this. Yeah, he made his statement, right? The FTC is enforcing it, right? But if it was the Biden administration, and they were doing this, like Biden's FCC came out to this to PayPal and all them, I would say the same thing. I don't care about your politics. When a government agency does good, I'm going to say they did a good move, regardless of who is in office. So before you say, "Oh, you're just a MAGA supporter," you don't know me, pal. I wrote a letter to Trump when he tried to say games causes violence. I wrote a letter in his first administration. He wrote back to me, or maybe he says, "I don't know, I don't give a shit." But I got a letter from the President of the United States after I wrote him, a nobody, when I recommended that you shouldn't correlate games. This is during the El Paso shootings, all that stuff, to violence, with a 15-page letter signed by me with all the data and psychologists and studies that said there's no correlation between games and violence.
That's impressive.
Yeah. So he sent me one back, right? I didn't respond to it, but he said according to the letter, I gave him more to think about and all that stuff. I'm pretty sure Biden's administration would have said the same thing, whatever, if they decided to respond. I got it, to be fair. But my point is, nobody wrote to the president admonishing him for his discussion about games.
His poor choice of words.
Yes. And if I was a MAGA cultist, I would have found some way to spin it as this is a good thing for games. If I was a tribalist, I would have spun it as a good thing for games. I'm pointing it out here because when people see Trump, they're automatically thinking Trump bad, right? We know this.
Yeah.
I try to, when I'm as Levistro and then DragonCast, I try to keep it politically neutral, just so I don't talk politics. But this is a good thing, all right? I hope they enforce it. Continuing on. In recent years, FTC has brought numerous enforcement actions against payment infrastructure. So they have a record. Okay, good. Platforms and related entities for unfair or deceptive practices, including misleading merchants about fees and contract terms, and facilitating fraud on customers, including through the means of card networks. The federal regulation works to promote competition. Oh, that's just the federal fluff. So yeah, so apparently they're threatening to investigate PayPal, Visa, MasterCard, and all them if they don't stop the bullshit.
This is very interesting because what it tells me is they don't want to do anything right now because, well, why just not do anything? But if they keep fucking up, not only are they going to do something, but they're going to probably, because I've heard the DOJ does this, they will unearth every single piece of dirt. And they will take years to do it. So that they're not going to announce that they're going to do it because DOJ likes to take forever to make sure that they've got every T crossed and every I dotted. So if they do go after them, one of these companies is going to seriously go down bad.
Yeah.
So that's probably what this letter tells me.
Here's the funny thing about that. You mentioned the DOJ, right?
Mm-hmm.
The DOJ created the initiative for them to do this.
Interesting.
I can't
so they cause their own problem.
Yeah. Well, this is during the Obama administration. I'm not trying to take sides. This is just during the Obama administration. What was it called? Not Operation. That's not the one. What was it called? It's not conspiracy. It was confirmed. Operation Choke Point. That's what it was. Operation Choke Point. And they were going after payday lenders and mom and pop shops and gun shops and all that stuff. Small gun owners, trying to debate them in the interest of protecting the brand.
I've got it pulled up here, yeah. Operation Choke Point was initiated by the US DOJ beginning in 2013, which investigated banks of the US and the business they did with firearms dealers, payday lenders, and other companies which operate illegally, and said to be at high risk for fraud and money laundering.
Now, because the Department of DOJ did this, it gave the FTC, it gave these payment processors the permission to do things that they started doing in Japan and everywhere else. Because in Japan, Visa says we don't want this because of the interest of protecting the brand, and JCB, the Japanese bank, and Visa have been at odds, fighting each other over the market since 2008. This gave them power to control the Japanese market. You can actually look this up. You can actually research this. And when I don't know if the Council of Karens actually knew this was a thing for them. They just wanted to, stop what they didn't like. Right. So I don't think they're that clever. But the CEOs, when they heard Collective Shout's issues, were like, oh, you know what? We can actually do something about this. We can protect our brand because we don't want these type of things that the Collective Shout was claiming, right? With our stuff. So we're going to tell Steven and Itchy, if they don't remove this stuff, we're going to cancel it. But they did that same thing with DL Site, and it worked, right? DL Site had stopped their money. But you know what DL Site did? DL Site decided, you know what? We're going to find our own method of payment. You know what Subscribestar did recently this year? We're going to find our own method of payment. And remember, Subscribestar got popular when Patreon started doing the same thing, censoring people of a certain content creation on Patreon. Studio Foul, for example, from the studio that was banned on Patreon for a wolf shagging a cheerleader, whatever it was. The Subverse trailer that I showed you that one time.
Okay.
Yeah. This has been an ongoing fight. Now, I know people are going to like, well, we shouldn't have porn, this, that. It's like, you know what? You don't want porn, don't watch it. You don't want porn games, don't play them. You don't want porn mods, don't fucking download them. But there's at least 10 Supreme Court cases that have defended the rights of porn to exist. And if you want to be bad about anyone that porn exists, well, you should look at the people that banned the illegal, banned prostitution, made prostitution illegal in every state. I don't know. It's not illegal in every, like at the federal level, but at the state level, because Nevada still has legal prostitution, right? And prostitution was legal in the United States since its founding. Just gonna put that out there. It was made illegal by the late 1800s. And if you want to say it was because of the church, well, the church was popular in the Middle Ages, right? Just gonna put that out there. It's very popular.
It was probably a thing back then.
Yeah. They turned a blind eye to it instead of going going after the prostitutes. And it's funny, Kingdom Come Deliverance covers this a little bit, because there's a scene that if you play your choices right in Kingdom Come Deliverance 1, you can engage in an O word with Father Goodwin and his concubines.
Oh wow.
I did not know this was a thing. I didn't know this was going to happen. I was playing the game and it saw that, and I had, while I was streaming, and I had to shut down the monitor so people wouldn't see it. I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, but if you want to see what's happening, this is a good reason to get the game, right?" But anyways, in the Middle Ages, the priests, what they would do is they would tell their congregation, "This is why you, God-fearing woman, would not partake in that type of profession, and why a God-fearing man would not go into that kind of establishment." Which was funny, because the sex in games, if you want to trace it back beyond video games, that games and prostitution go hand in hand since the Middle Ages. When cards and stuff were banned by the kings of England, I might make a video on this one. This was actually, I found pretty interesting. They went to the brothels and taverns. That's why you had the card games and stuff. And you got associated with the same seating design nature, where people see games in a bad way. Then you had the penny arcades. When the penny arcades in the early 1900s got banned, right, because for being a money waster, a time waster, and gambling, because they thought it was gambling, the mafia took over with them, and they were also right next to red light districts. So all they had to do is take those penny arcades and move into the red light districts. And then it goes the same thing again with Las Vegas, right? Games there. Like there's so much tied in, because when you try to ban something, you're just pushing it into a place where they can find refuge. But if you if you let it sit there and it's not hurting, it's like if it's not officially hurting anybody, right? I'm trying to be careful here. I'm not condoning prostitution. You have a talk about it, people are less likely to do it. Yes, it was the world's oldest profession, but very few people in the Middle Ages went to the prostitutes. Very few. And that's the same with video games. When for example, Mystique Games, who made the most infamous, air quotes here, infamous game Custer's Revenge, which there's more to that story, right? If they didn't go after that game, it would just, like I said, it'd be sitting in a landfill because it was a shitty game, right? The guy, but what's funny is if you look at the time period, the Native American activist organizations and the Women Against Pornography and National Organization of Women, the feminist movements, they went after that game, but they didn't go after that. They don't play the video game, right?
No.
During that time period, the activism as a trend for the 70s was gone. Like people were starting to focus on the Reaganomics and stuff going on. Because you remember, Ronald Reagan was voted in, I think, in 1982. So it became America first, America fuck yeah, like the 1980s Reagan Patriot stuff, right? So the activism fashion was going out of fashion. So they had to find some outrage, something to be outraged about, to give them attention, to bring attention to them, because that's how activists survived, on attention. This is why I don't pay attention to them too much. They focused on Custer's Revenge, and the Mystique offered them a copy of the game. Say it's like here, play the game, and you'll see what it's about, and you're going to see it's not this. When I looked into the game, for example, the Native American woman that's air quotes tied to the pole and on the cover art is not tied to the pole. There's a clear line of pixels between her and the pole. Okay. And then you find out that when you read the thing, she's smiling when she's when you reach the end goal and the fanfare plays. You actually look, because it's abstract pixels, right? There's a small faint pixel that could show that she's smiling. All right. So it says the only thing that she's tied up to is a rope that's not taut and tight. It's like very loose on the cover art. But if you read the back of the cover, the back of the cartridge, and I have it here, it says her name is Revenge. Custer's Revenge is the object of his affection. It's not Custer's Revenge as in I'm condoning genocide. And back then, adult media back then was very cheesy, very campy humor. So it was a play on words. I have all that. I'll make a video on it. I don't know how I'm going to make a video on it because I don't want to get banned for making it. But we had this history of games being attacked by women and being accused of degeneracy for centuries. So, and then with us video games, it's always been happening. So I'm actually excited that I hope they do something about this. And I want Visa, I want them all under a microscope, not just because of what the banning, games that I may play or Mikey may play or you may play, right? But also what they're doing to Japan. If you want to say you're anti-corporation, even if you're against adult entertainment, you need to put your money where your mouth is. If you're going to admit that, these people are doing something shady and disgusting, even if that person does something you disagree with, you should stand up for them. Just putting it out there. If you're anti-corporation, you got to be consistent.
It started most notably, like you said, in Japan with anime. Something that, compared to the rest of the world, is probably a little more niche than like average books or even movies. But it grew from that event I don't even remember the organization, but they basically just threw up the white flag and said, we're not doing this because we're not going to censor, so we're shutting everything down. And it made headlines. Smashgate covered it, and it grew from there. Now it's covering video games. Eventually it will cover books and movies. The thing that I wonder about this, and this is just because where my brain goes there, I wonder how the Bank of International Settlements, if they're involved in this. Some of you don't actually know about the BIS, but they're the bank that banks go to for money. There no accountability in the world. They're I can't remember the name. It's like Belgium or someplace where it's headquartered. You think Bilderberg, the kind of shit that Alex Jones talked about, was bad? The Bank of International Settlements, they're more powerful than the Rothschilds, any other organization. They set their own law. They have their own police. The Vatican does not have the power of the BIS. I genuinely wonder if they have some involvement, because this is a coordinated thing. This isn't just like a handful of like, oh, Visa's going rogue, MasterCard's going rogue, Amex is, being a dick out there fucking a tree. No, they're all slowly doing this at the same time.
Yep. And what happens if Visa MasterCard goes political and says you can't do Balza Blaza because a certain political campaign stands on certain political funny mustache man politics, or they don't agree with your, maybe let's say the CEO is conservative of Visa and said we don't like trans or gay, so therefore since you're supporting a political party that supports that, we're going to remove your funding. That's the same thing. If you say that they won't do that, well, they are doing it now, even though it's not political. But here we have something that's funny here. When you mentioned Department of Justice, I wanted to mention it later. So now that later is now. But the Department of Justice put in an attorney back on the Visa antitrust case. So they're already doing this. But you're talking about, Karis? They're already doing this, despite her financial conflict. An attorney recused herself from a monopoly case, but was placed back on it because the department's substantial need for her work. The Department of Justice antitrust attorney.
You're the only one we could trust to do this.
Yeah, recently contacted Department of Ethics officials when she came to believe a family investment conflicted her out of her work, suing Visa for allegedly monopolizing the debit card market. Now, here's what's funny. She recused herself, right? That shows me she has an ethical standard. That means that despite all this, the Department of Justice, you made us aware of this, you recused yourself, but that makes you more trustworthy, so you're coming back to work. So she awaited word from the department. She was waiting word from department leadership. And it says right here, DOJ leadership put her back to work. I believe that her financial
this one out, honey. Get back.
Yeah, I believe her financial interest in the matter is not so substantial as to affect the integrity of services which the government may expect from her. In fact, keyword integrity. She had the integrity to say, "Hey, I have this thing that might be a conflict of interest in the legalese." No, bitch, you're working.
Yeah.
So, it's like, we trust you more now. You could be lying to us now, and we'll believe you. I also believe it is a matter of the antitrust department best interest for Ms. Leo to be permitted to participate in this matter. And this is from the Antitrust Division Ethics Officer Tracy Fisher, who wrote to the Assistant General Gail Slater in January 5th. This article was back in February. I'm going to point that out there.
Wow.
Maybe later. I'm not going to do that. We all know that. But anyway, she signed a conflict of interest waiver the next day. Does not specify the name or value of the Leo family investment that's the source of the conflict, but it indicates the investment is worth more than $25,000. Legal threshold being considered de minimis and involves a non-party company likely to be affected financially by the antitrust division case. And her memo to Slater, Fisher acknowledged that the Department of Justice lawsuit against Visa could have a direct and predictable effect on Leo's conflicted investment. But that's basically both on her. But the thing is like, I want to point out is they're investigating Visa already. DOJ is already investigating Visa on a debit card monopoly.
Interesting.
So, if Visa doesn't play ball, imagine what we'll find out from the FTC. But that's all I'm going to cover on that. I just thought that was interesting. I think that's a win for gamers.
It is definitely a potential win because it's not the directed like knocking back against what they did to gamers, but in this case, like you can't really take the win the way you want it. You got to take the win where you can. Visa's getting knocked back somehow.
Yes.
Like they cover so much. Any win against these kinds of corporations is a win for us because if they're told stop fucking around, we see what you're doing. Like that is going to affect us down the line.
Yeah, because remember now they got to tell Steam, hey, we can't make you enforce that policy. That's on your own. Then it's up to Gabe to decide if he's going to keep that policy on or not, which will be telling on Gabe down the road if that is a thing. Which I believe Gabe's going to probably say, yeah, Visa said they were fucking wrong when they did this. We'll see them in court, and we're going to remove this policy. I want that to be a thing.
That would be nice if that were a thing.
If that were a thing, and it was nice, I'm going to come back to this, and I'm going to make a short of it, call it like I did with the other one about that one studio being shut down that we talked about in December, and in January it happened. I'm going to say I fucking called it, and I'm going to show this clip.
Real quick, I got to use the bathroom.
Okay, sure, go right ahead, and we'll cover the Epstein Island, and that'll be it.
Yep, be right back.
But yes, everybody, take your wins where you can see them. This came to me last night when I found this out, and I did my due diligence to look it up. So although I stopped streaming late at night with Antibiotic Factor, and then I also stopped, just pull break part. I stopped playing Antibiotic at 4 a.m. I didn't officially go to bed until 6 a.m. because of this. So I had to go do my research, consider all the angles, and I think this, like Garrett says, I think this is a win for gamers. So you could argue anything you want, but I just want the early 2000s where we could have the best games with the best technology we had at the time that were fun and engaging, and no one gave you shit for the games you played. You just bought your games. Don't give you shit for it. And well, if you want to play Leisure Suit Larry, you do you, boo. You do you. You want to mod your games and have big titty characters, you do you. That's how it used to be. And I think everyone should have a right to play the games they want to play without a bank telling you can't do that because it's our money, when actually I'm paying you back the money. I have a contract with you saying as long as I pay the money, I can buy anything I want. Well, it needs to be honored. And I think that the federal government finally doing something about it will be a good thing. We'll just have to keep an eye out on the FTC, because the FTC, to be fair, did defend some payment processor behavior. So now they're turning around. So we'll see what happens.
Indeed.
Oh, you're back. And that being said, let's talk about Karis. You love indie games.
Okay, you threw me off. You let's talk about Karis. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
We're talking about me?
Yeah, you love indie games.
I do.
And you say they're always the best.
Did I say they're always the best?
So can you explain to me how Five Nights at Epstein on a school computer is the best?
It's the best at highlighting that we still have a lot to learn.
Yeah, no, I think we all admit there was a slop. Now, we're not going to cover the independence version. We will if we want to. For everyone else, I literally found this out. For those who are coming in or who weren't here earlier, I literally found this out 30 minutes before we had to start. So I don't know much about this other than what was told to us, and we're going to our reactions to this is live, like first time
Yeah.
reactions. So I'm going to cover it from YouTube's thing. Parents shocked after child played Five Nights at Freddy game on school computer. Oh wait, no, so that is here. So we're going to do that article, but yeah, it was on a school computer. That's one thing I want you all to know. This game was on a school computer. And that same school is possibly a government funded school, right? Like a public school, right? That same government might also be ones that are saying we should do Face ID verification to take over to children, and yet this happens.
Just so you all know, public school is state funded, which means it's government property.
Yeah. And the whole goal of this that I found out from my brief research is that you're supposed to survive 5 nights in the same building as a PDF file. As a parent, that pisses me off. Now, if they just made this game and it was on Steam, I would give it a chuckle and like, oh my gosh, here's a mean game, right? But see, here it says right here, defend yourself against Epstein. Right? We're going to read the article on it to get some context. Right? We'll read the article on it. But this right here, continuing on, the fact that it was on its own computer and we're talking about it surviving against a PDF file, like this is actual gameplay. I'm as a parent, I'm outraged by this. I won't lie. I'm trying not to jump the gun and just be mad at everything, but I understand that we should educate our kids on these things. But that's my job. That's my job, and I think I did a very good job of telling my kid. Because one time, I'll give you a story. I told me and his mom told him not to talk to strangers and not to get in people's cars, right? And tried to tell him when he was in kindergarten in a safe way about this type of topics, which is hard. Even now, he's 10 years old, it's still hard to talk about. Well, his first day of school on first grade, right? He gets off at the wrong bus stop. And his bus stop comes by, and I'm always right there to greet him when he was little, right? We walk home together, and he didn't show up. I was starting to panic. My 6-year-old was not on the bus. The bus driver already left before I could ask him what happened to my child. And one of the kids, at least, because they saw that I'm having a panic mode, they're like, "Yeah, he got off at the other bus stop," which was a couple blocks away. I'm not supposed to run because of my injuries. I fucking ran that far, and my son was just casually walking down the road because he knew where our house was, because the bus that was at the community pool for our neighborhood, right? And someone was offering him a ride, and he said, "No, I'm good. I'm just walking down to my dad's house." And he knew the neighbor. He refused to get in the car. That tells you something about my kid, right? Like this is 6 years old. He understood the assignment. And I said, what if that lady, because he didn't recognize who she was. She didn't know who she was, but I did. But I said, what if that lady tried to get you in the car? He's like, well, I'll do what you told me to do. I was like, what? I'd hit her in a no-no place and yell, "No touching my no-no." I was like, exactly. That works. That's what you do. And he's 6 years old. So when people tell me we need something like this to train the kids, I'm like, no, you don't. You need parents that are talking with their kids, engaged with your kids. You need to give parents the agency. And I'm just giving you an anecdotal of my own child, but I guarantee there's lots of parents that'll give you their experiences about talking with their child. But we're going to go into the independence source. Because, yeah. Now, Karis, feel free to interject on me if I'm starting to go down the rampage. I told you about how I feel about these things. So, feel free to find a way to stop me. But if we got banned, we get banned. A Utah mom says her son accessed a controversial game entitled Five Nights at Epstein's on a school computer, according to a report. The online game appears to be an imitation of the popular Five Nights at imitation. No, it's a straight up plagiarism of the popular Five Nights at Freddy's franchise, in which players defend themselves against killer animatronics. However, in Five Nights at Epstein's, players must evade the convicted PDF file himself and others named in the Epstein files, according to ABC4. The game also uses real images released by the Justice Department for the disgraced financier's home on Little St. James. You know what's funny? So remember, we also said there was a Pokestop on Little St. James. Michelle Martinez told ABC4 that she first heard about the game when her son mentioned it. According to her, he had access to the game while at school. Martinez said that she avoided asking her son further questions about finance at Epstein's because she had yet to have a discussion with him about the offender. I hadn't had a conversation with him yet or talked to him about the situation, shit like that. And to be fair to her, I haven't had that same conversation about this dude with my son because, like, okay, he's not here. I don't have to talk about him. When he gets older and he wants to know about it, then yeah, I will talk to him about it. So to be fair, that's fair. But she should have at least had a conversation on how to handle PDF files. It absolutely disgusts me and breaks my heart that our children are subject to this, especially at this day and age. In a statement to ABC4, the Granite School District said it blocked a website that allows users to access the game after a complaint was made in February. The Granite School District said it blocked a website that allowed users to access the game after a complaint was made in February. So
I found the website.
They knew this game existed, right? We put it out there. They acknowledged that it could be accessed, but they didn't say anything until it became a big issue, right? The district does not believe this game is widely accessed at our schools. Regardless, we are committed to ensuring the appropriate internet use at our schools. So what they're trying to say is, and it could be possible, right, that kids have free internet access at the school, which can access this stuff. So that also defeats the purpose of age verification.
Yep. Especially when looking at it, and it's literally just a .io page. I have it up right now. And it's just like a SMF type, like, Flash game that they have there.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think we can share that before we shut it down. So just send me the link and I'll bring it. I thought I had it, but I didn't bookmark it. But anyways, however, Martinez said the school district needs to do more to stop students from accessing certain websites. I just hope that the district or districts will figure out a way to put a stop to this so that we can protect our children. It's funny. Even after they just proved the invalidity of age verification, they still managed to spin age verification.
Yep. You got to get to the jab in there. You got to check the box.
All right. Here's what I'm going to say. You want to do more? Here's the thing. Stop having internet classes. No internet classes.
Yep.
Instead, here's what you should do. Yes, you should talk about the rules of online safety that we had in the 90s, right? Like don't give out your information. Don't talk to strangers. We had a clip on that, I think, last week or with Roblox. We had a clip on that. I'm pretty sure we did. And I'm pretty sure we all grew up with that cheesy 90s video. I'm pretty sure.
One of them.
If I'm wrong. Right?
One of them.
But also, when I was growing up, we were too poor to have the internet, but my parents still told me about not talking to strangers and also told me about not giving my information away online. I didn't know what they meant because we didn't have the internet until I was a teenager, where it made more sense, right? And at that time, I also saw the video. But lady, I'm going to tell you, Martinez, I'm going to tell you, I'm sorry what you had to go through with your child. I'm sorry. But you want to do more? Raise your own kid. Instead of, maybe she said that. Maybe she said that, and they just cut that out because the media likes to do that.
Yeah.
But instead of saying this, we should say they should focus on learning about computers and have Let me this way. I can block on Amazon Kids my son's tablet. I can block internet access. I can block access to certain apps and certain sites, so he cannot access them without my knowledge and or consent. I've mentioned this before. Why don't the schools have that? So that way, the only thing you have access to is the apps that need the internet the computer has access to. Or you have smaller classes to teach the internet. Or the best idea is to not let them access this until they're in high school. Because my role, like his mom wants me to give my son a smartphone. It's like, no. He's not getting a phone until he's about 17, 16 if he has a job. No, we're not but he's gonna have Twitter, Facebook, everything else. All his friends has it, and I'm not ready to deal with that until he's about ready to get out of the house. No.
Oh, this is interesting. So while you were talking, I was doing some digging.
Yeah.
Going through comment sections, trying to find a downloadable source. Supposedly, this thing originated on itch.io.
Oh, really?
But it's gone.
I wonder when that happened.
I don't know, but it was by a dev registered 79 days ago. And yeah, they have nothing else under them.
Yep. But I'm gonna skip through this. So Jeff Pryor, whose son played the game, told the station he thought Friday Night Scenes was sickening. Okay, that's good for his son, or good for Jeff, right? I definitely didn't even know that he was playing anything like that, he added, referencing to his son. I definitely would have been a little more restrictive on something like that, he says. He didn't know his son was playing it, who was probably playing it at school too, right? And he didn't know about it. The school's not letting him know about it, right? But here's what's funny. Dr. Stephanie Marcello, the chief psychologist at Rutgers University Behavioral Health Care, told News 12 that parents concerned about the game should calmly talk to their children about it. Say to them, tell me what that actually means. What is this that you have heard? What do you think of that you're actually saying? How come you think it's funny? Because what you'll often find is they really don't actually know. And that's the funny thing. My son likes certain games, like Minecraft, right? And I ask him, I talk about why do you like this game, this and that, right? What was it before the 90s they said? Not to talk to our kids, but we should, stop this because violence and demeaning of women and stuff like that. But what's this doctor saying? Talk to your children. Parents should be the ones to talk to your kids to get to know everything, right? Parents should be the final arbiters and understand their kids. Like, it's not just like we need to think of the children. This isn't even thinking of the children. This right here is saying parents accept responsibility for your child and talk to them and make the final decision for yourselves about your child. That's what I'm getting out of this.
Yep.
That's what I've been saying. Yeah. I think we need to have more parent agency, which is something as a parent I will always say. But what I think I'm going to point out, because he shares this, I want to just make sure there's no. Okay, good. Here's the game. All right, this is the game that Karis found. Good for you.
I'm not proud of it.
Epstein's. I'm proud that you found it. I'm not going to play it because we got to think about our viewing ratings here. But a 2026 indie survey horror and strategy developed by Even Productions, released for browser. What's funny is, I can't remember, was it the Common Nerd? Someone showed me, and I can't remember who. It's in one of the circles I've run around in. An Epstein Island game made on where you survive on Epstein Island. It's a 3D asset flip slop.
Yeah, it's on Steam. There's two. There's Epstein and Epstein 2 that came out in 2024.
Yes, it's around that time period. And I was like, you can't be serious. I tried to play the game. I was like, this game sucks. It's a quick cash grab. It's slop. And why did you waste my time? And the answer was to waste my time. Like, literally, it was just to fuck with me. But you survive until rescue arrives, track the enemy moves, and crown the counter routes, react to threats. So they're playing this game. It's a meme game that they're having access to on a school computer.
Yeah.
That the school admitted to. So when I told Carrots, when I first heard about this game, it read like a curriculum. The way we saw
That's
it.
what I got.
Yeah, that's what I got too. That's like it looks like a curriculum. But what we're finding out is something even darker. And the darker thing is kids can access this stuff on a school computer, which is the gateway window to how kids will find out anything they want. Corn, meme games, whatever they want for a school computer on your tax dollars. But you will have to show your face and relinquish your data if you want to access the same sites on your private computer. Kids will have more access and freedom in school than you will have in the privacy of your own home.
That's nuts.
I mean, that's what I'm reading. Prove me wrong. I'm not trying to fill a narrative. This is what I'm understanding. Prove me wrong. Am I missing something?
No. What I have noticed is with this game it was very much on itch.io because Google is giving me several links to the itch.io page. Google cached this shit for a good while, but yet the page is gone on this Evan Productions. I don't know if they're the same, but this Evan Productions that you mentioned, I went and looked them up. Like, it might be the same, but this company, like, they do big shit. They might have association with like Top Gear.
Oh, really?
I don't know if they're the same. It's hard to narrow down right now because you look up Evan Productions as one word and I just get a bunch of stuff. But the itch.io page was up for a good, like I said, 84 days. The developer was up.
Oh, wow.
So
yeah.
This was recently that this nonsense was going down. That page was made potentially with the exclusive idea of posting this game.
Mm-hmm. Now we have to ask if it meets the Miller's test or fails it, because to me it's obscene. I won't lie.
They definitely knew what they were doing with, like you mentioned, the asset flip Epstein Island. I watched some of the videos. It's like, it looks like shit. But when you take FNAF and you specifically re-engineer it to be Epstein, you are trying to pull in a child's demographic, or at least more of a viral demographic. Like, there's a reason there. You know the marketing is going to work better in your favor for something like that. You took something that Scott Cawthon already built, and you're like, oh, let me just tweak a few things. There was an intent there.
Mm-hmm. It's a parody. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. I'm pretty sure. Bullshit. But yeah, so we covered that. This was actually, I don't know how to say it. I'm actually more impressed with what we learned than what we thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
There's just more damning evidence against age verification that kids will still access it through a public school.
Yeah.
Which, yeah. There you go, UK. If you want to go talk to your parliament and say, yeah, this is what could happen, or maybe it's already happening and you're not speaking out. If this is happening in your country that has these type of laws, speak out. Let us know in the comments. Let us know in the replay. Let us know in the YouTube shorts. Make your own YouTube channel talking about it. You know, people have a right to know. But don't use it on iPhone because you're going to have to prove you're not a child, which won't help you in the long run. That being said, I think we're going to wrap it up here because we did go over I did say this is going to happen. And to be fair, if we didn't have this news, we would already be doing our own shit. So
probably.
I think we did good though. I think we did good. I think I had the right size of Dragon Bytes this time because we covered a lot of major news topics and had it a bonus. So time for games that we find interesting.
What do I have? I've added a
Oh,
few.
While you're doing your thing, I guess I'll cover mine because I also got it as a gift.
Okay.
Let me see if I can. Oh, yes, okay, good. I forgot I don't have these things. Okay. Okay, I gotta sign back in to Steam on the browser to do this. Let's see. This phone is being stupid now.
That was. You're very popular.
Huh?
You're very popular.
I'm very popular? Why?
Your phone is just going up.
Well, because it keeps going back and forth between the. Here we go. Okay. So I'm trying to show this on the browser, but here we go. So I got this from Nuzaga Boy, who's part of Phasmophobia Inc. Incorporated that we do on Wednesday nights. He said this is a gift. I saw. You ever heard of Yarn Witch?
John Wick?
No, Yarn Witch.
Yarn Wick. Oh, no.
You ever heard of her? She's part of Tomby Circles.
Oh, okay.
And she's in the same state as you. I'm surprised you didn't know about her. But yeah, she played this game with her husband. And I saw it was actually pretty cool. It's basically spoofing the 80s action heroes, which I'll show you later. But I'm definitely going to accept this gift, right? Because that's just what heroes do. And I'm a hero-ish, maybe. I don't know. I like to think I am because I like to think I'm a good person, even though I'm not. But give me a moment. It's that the link. I thought I had a link saved that I don't. Here we go. Stalling for time. This time is stalling. So Broforce. Broforce is an action-packed, side-scrolling, run and gun ode to freedom, putting you in control of an underfunded, overpowered paramilitary organization dealing exclusively in excessive force. Yeah, Xena.
The 80s.
Yeah. Commando.
Oh, it's the Expendables, the game.
Yeah, pretty much. Desperado. Like Mr. T.
That's good.
This looks fun. I've seen it play. I wanted to play it, didn't get it. Now I got it. Now I gotta make sure that Nizaka didn't get it so we play it as a co-op. But if he did, I'm definitely playing this game. This game looks so much fun. You got all your favorite paired like Rambo and all those. You got your favorite action hero parodies in here. But I don't know if do they show good gameplay? Let me see if they show gameplay.
I think I remember this game from a long time ago. Oh yeah, 2015.
Yeah. Oh wow, I didn't see that part. Well, I found a loophole. Technically, October 15th, so I'm still within my rules, but oh so close. I didn't. When you put us like wait 2015. Oh shit! Did I break my own rule? No, I'm so good. I lucked out. So, but Broforce, ladies and gentlemen, it's really fun. It looks a lot of fun. I was having fun laughing watching Yarny stream this. I want to play it. It was in my wish list. It has very positive and overwhelming positive reviews.
Nice.
And if you had this fantasy of being an 80s action hero doing crazy, chaotic things, Broforce got your back. Like I even saw they had a version of Chuck Norris of Walker Texas Ranger in there as well. I kid you not. Like I guarantee you, there's probably if there's an action hero that was badass, there's a variation of him in this game.
I noticed in the trailer they had Seth Brundle, and I was like, wait, is that Brundle Fly? And I looked it up, it's like, yep, Seth Brundle from The Fly.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, and it's got if you're worried about user reviews, it's got an 83% on Metacritic.
There you
It
go.
has,
for those who like it.
Yeah, it's gotten a lot of nominations. So, yeah, and I guarantee, I'm pretty sure. I forgot her name because she blocked me, and I don't talk to her about her much. No, I don't remember her name now. I'm pretty sure Rebecca Valentine gave this game a 0 out of 10 for no cutesy characters and no female representation, which I don't give a shit about that.
Wow.
Oh, no, here we go. Wow. IGN actually gave it Beneath the Broforce Bad Puns and Bulging Biceps. It lies a brilliant ode to action cinema and retro gaming, 8.8 out of 10.
Good.
Play this game, play it for America, 9 out of 10, The Escapist. Broforce is pretty much what I had in mind when I invented America, George Washington. So yeah, that's my recommendation.
Nice. I finally found mine, which is another from. Hang on, I gotta actually share. I've been building up my list of developers on the Twitter or X, and then I have to go back and actually find them and add them to my Steam.
Yes, let's judge you harshly. I almost recommended this game.
Yes, this is Tachyon Flow. There's no music, so it's just sound, so we'll be good on that. But this is being advertised as essentially a spiritual successor / remake to Mirror's Edge from the mid-2000s, if you remember that.
This looks like it's being made in Unreal Engine 4, though.
It does. It's very early, as you can tell. Like, it's just dev blocks everywhere. But they seem to already have captured some animations. And
the wall running code looks like it's polished, because wall running is a bitch to code.
Yes, in the Jedi games, it was clunky at times. Like, big development company, it did all right, but this makes sense in my brain. I look at that, it's like, okay, yeah, that fits. But I'm definitely going to keep an eye on this one.
And look, she doesn't have the lesbian haircut or the modern haircut, and she doesn't look like a potato.
That is true. Like, yeah, we got some other. That is
Cares
quite a little.
Like her, she looks like a muscle mommy. She got a 6-pack on her.
That shot right there is probably just.
Not hair, sorry, dash.
Kind of
I meant dash. I realized what I said. I was like, wait, that don't sound. I said carrot. I meant dash.
Definitely some inspiration from Faith Connors, but that's okay.
I think I could see some of the Mirror's Edge aesthetic to it too.
Oh yeah, this shot right there, like if you go look up some shots from Faith, like she would have this pose hanging off buildings.
Well, I'm just talking about the aesthetics, the art style.
Yeah,
alone,
the art style.
Shaders. It makes me think Mirror's Edge.
Yes, I hope this is something more than just like a little experimentation. This is probably good a year and a half, 2 years out, but just the mocap alone is like, okay, you have my attention. Like, you don't even have music, you don't have voice, you got my attention on this alone. You knew what you needed to get down. Yep. So that is my recommendation.
Okay, and I think that's the end of DragonCast, which I'm actually surprised we managed to get through those last two topics pretty quickly.
Yeah, we could have dragged on that for like another 2 hours potentially.
I'm pretty sure we could have with Bo and Dash and Mikey if they were all together. This is why I try to acknowledge Mikey has his own life to live. And there's just so much. I was not planning for it to go this long, but felt like we had to cover Epstein Island, which worked out. But yes, so Karis, what you got going on this week, and where can people find you? And when will we start seeing more streams of you again?
trying to get done with his damn projects in Houston. You can always find me at Karis Gaming. I'm looking into making an LLC. I think it's about time I actually try and start a business because I'm working with developers. I'm actually part of a mailing list for Seth O'Dale, who I did a video on his game. I'm going to start reaching out to other developers, and I think it's about time I turn this into somewhat of a business of working with developers and promoting indie games. There's developers in Oregon that I'm probably going to reach out to and see if I can talk with them. But that's long term down the road. As for the near term, I need to get a big collaboration with a bunch of people and find a game that about 10 to 15 of us roughly can get together and play, be it Halo, Starship Troopers. We've talked about trying to do Helldivers 2. We need to play around with the logistics a little bit more and see if we can get more than 4 people together. But I really want to get a group of people and just blow some shit up in the coming weeks.
To let you know, I unlocked that portable hell bomb. I'll let you play with it.
I need to do that, yes.
I totally need to work on my sniper aim, so that would help me out as well.
Nice.
It's a win-win situation or win-win-lose situation.
Yes.
if I don't miss, or if I miss,
you'll hit something.
I'll hit something. If you hear a tink behind you, you already know I missed.
If you hear a tink, it's too late because you're already dead.
For those who don't know, because I don't think we streamed it when we played together.
No.
We were trying to help him unlock an achievement where he survives a lethal attack, and we were dropping pods on him, like ammo pods, weapon pods, everything, and we we're trying to get his just enough out of the way to where he would survive, but enough in the way to where he would get the achievement because it would land it on his leg. And we just we were just wasting our reinforcements doing that. I'm I know this will work. We got to do this right. I know this can work. And we lost the mission.
We did. We ran out of time.
Because we didn't have enough. We didn't run out of time, and we didn't have enough reinforcements.
No. But it was still fun to try out.
Yeah, that's the beauty of these games. I like co-op games because I like the chaos of co-op. It's
I often hear the what is it, friend slop, and I think what's slop about it? We're enjoying it. Slop is something that you take begrudgingly because you don't have any other options. This isn't slop. We're enjoying this nonsense.
One of the chaos I love is Chini Getter with Sonya Lisette. I will do all the chaos at the beginning to where she gets so frustrated that towards the end, I'm like, come on, Sonya, let's go. She just gives up. She just shuts down, gives up. And when me and Mikey were just trying to, eventually, okay, we'll do it your way. We'll play the game nicely. And she's like, I don't care anymore.
That's interesting because usually she's the optimistic one when I'm playing, when Scaly's playing, and Bosco's playing. She's the only one optimistic, trying to push forward.
No, you don't understand. We would purposely fall.
Oh yeah, I heard
that she would actually shut down. It's I don't care. Sonny, stop falling into things. We said stop falling into things. We want to get to the top. Remember. That once we stopped doing it to her, because after a certain point, it's kind of just defeats the purpose of falling on purpose.
Yeah,
because you got to admit, she was a go getter. She got us to a certain point to where we took the game seriously. I mean, we were taking it seriously. We were just having fun fucking with her. But yeah, because by the time we started playing it seriously, she's like, I don't care anymore. You guys take care of it. It's no, you got to do your part, Sonya. Come on. It's just funny.
The battery was drained by that point.
She was dead inside. I won't lie.
Yep. Her soul was laying on the ground floor somewhere in hell still.
Yeah. And I think we had finally made it to the world levels, the actual world levels.
Yeah.
So that was interesting. But yes, so as for me, well, I'm always finding new things to cover. So if you find something interesting in games you want me to do a deep dive on, and you're a part of my Discord, ping me, I'll look into it. Right? That's what I do. Other than that, I'm trying to find ways to. I don't like how my deep dives are and writing my scripts is taking all day to send a video out. So I'm trying to find a way to streamline the process. But if I don't have anything new to cover, I should have the death race out, and then I'll be covering the video games addiction, the very first case of video games, air quotes, addiction accusations, and then Custer's Revenge, which is going to be interesting.
Yes.
So those are all my plays, but I'm going to cover every panic and controversy in games as air quotes here, evergreen content, because there's going to be a college student that wants to hear about it. There's going to be someone that wants to hear the history of it, and I will be playing. I will, if I had the game or am able to find footage of the gameplay, I will be playing the game while I'm talking about it. So just like before, if you have news that you want me to look into, like we did today, totally in for it. Other than that, I'm going to try to do more Crimson Desert gameplay and go from there. I'm not going to lie. I want to play some Crimson Desert. Probably be playing with Carrots on games. I don't know. He's available. Don't know if you got anything planned for Friday, but like I said, we cross that when it comes. Next week, however, let me make sure. Because Dash wasn't here for it. Yeah. Okay, so next week is my birthday celebration that we do every year. So this is the one that's going to be more of a shoot the shit and do celebrate the praise. We might do some Jack in the Box. I'll try to invite some people on that were out here for the past year. If you want me to, it's like last year we did clips of people that talked about me and my rise in DragonCast over the past year from 2025 or 2024 to 2025. So we did some memorable clips on that one that people wanted me to show. So if you want clips to share, want me to share on as highlights of the past year, we'll do that. I'm wanting it to be a shoot the shit, chill celebration of gaming. So that's what I do for my birthday episodes. So there is that. So we do have a birthday episode. You don't have to buy me a gift. I told people many times that you don't have. Let me put it this way: Dash bought me a gift. What's that one? The Berserker game that came out last year or so. I can't remember it.
Okay.
But it came out, and I still have yet to play it. You don't have to buy me a gift. Just show up, say happy birthday, say fuck you, Levistro. I don't fucking care, and move on. But for those who stay, we'll try to do. I want to try to do Jackbox with the community, and maybe we'll cover some gaming news. I don't know, but I want it to be pretty chill because it's Easter. We got Easter coming up, and it's also my birthday. So
everyone get him Azure Lane.
Not my birthday day, but my birthday for DragonCast. So there's that. Other than that, y'all have a good night. I knew there was something else I was going to talk about, but I forgot what it was. I was going to make an announcement on. I'm going to regret it until next DragonCast. Thank you, Nozaki Boy, for the gift. Thanks to Carrots for coming. Shout out to everyone else, and happy gaming and goodbye.
Bye, everyone.
You're still here. What? You thought there'd be a post-credit scene or something? This isn't a Disney movie. Show's over. Go get some sleep. Play a video game. Watch another YouTube video. I gotta take care of the Dragon Wing and possibly get some sleep myself. Goodbye all, and thanks for watching. And happy gaming.